Back in 2021, I released a program called ThriveCart Mastery, and I was charging $197 for it. I made a big mistake with that offer though. I offered 30 days of email support with me and my team so that we could help you build your funnel. That was a good offer, but I just could not keep doing it. It's too much work. So I decided I was going to make the offer a little bit more affordable. So the course is available now for $37. But I also wanted to make it very publicly available. So the actual video modules are all available right here on YouTube. If you want, you can go over to thrivecartmastery.com and get all the PDFs, text lessons, worksheets, checklists, and some templates that I have in there. But other than that, all of the videos are going to be included right here. As you go through this, you might find yourself wanting certain things that I mentioned, but it's totally up to you. You can get a ton out of just this free, massive video. All I ask is that you use what I teach you, go out and make money, and maybe give me a little bit of credit if you get the chance. Just kidding. But definitely watch this from beginning to end if you want to do what we've done in my business, which is make millions of dollars using ThriveCart. It's a very simple, affordable program that makes it easy to create upsells, downsells. All of the things that you want to do with your internet business can be done with ThriveCart. I'm also going to show you how to use Thrive themes on the front end. If you haven't purchased either of these, if you want to use my affiliate links down below, that would be great. You don't have to. If maybe you already have everything ready and you're just trying to learn, that's great. Now, this is a super long video. Some of the stuff in the videos might reference the course. I'm sorry, but I did not have the time to go through and edit 7 hours of footage. You can jump around as much as you'd like. There's chapters down below. You can ignore anything about upsells or whatever. Fair trade. I think it's for free. It is a fair trade. Can we agree? Yeah. All right. So enjoy. If you like this, hit a thumbs up, give it a share. Just go out there, use what I'm teaching you and make some money, guys. This stuff works. Like I said, it's helped us make millions of dollars and it's just a great program that I recommend to everybody. I hold nothing back in this video. Take advantage of it. Also, it's such a long video. Take time, come back to it, save it, bookmark it, jump around to chapters if you already know something. Get something out of this. All right, let's get something out of this. Another thing, I recorded this in 2021. It's now 2024. The content is only marginally different. One of the beauties and kind of downfalls of ThriveCart is they do not change almost at all. The only things that have really changed that might be of note are the new enhanced billing, which you can do or not do. Honestly, I don't think that you need to do it. And then they also now have more templates inside of the builder. Other than that, the software is almost identical. Literally, you won't even notice the difference. All right, enjoy. For the program overview, we're going to start with ThriveCart 101. We're going to go through some basic terminology just so that we're all on the same page. I'm going to go over the things to do immediately after you purchase. I'm going to explain to you how ThriveCart works, how we're going to use it. I'm going to talk a little bit about WordPress on the front end and the different tools and stuff that I use in addition to ThriveCart to really make things work. All right. And then we're going to go into checkout and funnel flows. We're going to start talking about the different types of sales funnel flows. If you want to just get into the tech side, you can skip over this and move right into creating your first product. But if you are new to sales funnels or you want to see how I prefer to do sales funnels, check out this section. I'm going to go through the basic flow, my typical flow, a traditional sales funnel flow, and I'm also going to explain the psychology of why sales funnels work and why they are such a huge deal in the entrepreneur community. Okay, then we're going to get into the nuts and bolts of actually creating your first product. I'm going to go through a basic step-by-step of creating your product. And then I'm going to show you how to build funnels. I'm going to show you how to do upsells and downsells. And then I'm going to show you how to create an affiliate program. Okay, one of the things with ThriveCart is it requires something on the front end. And to do that, I recommend WordPress. I don't see any other option that is as good as WordPress. So I'm going to show you how I use WordPress. I'm going to show you the process of setting it up. I'm going to show you the theme that I use and then the themes that you can check out, free themes, other options you have there. And I'm going to explain to you how to get your domain if you don't already have it with hosting. I'm going to explain some other helpful WordPress plugins, and then we're going to go into designing your sales page and using some content builders, some Thrive Architect content builder is what I use. I'm going to show you how to go about using that if that's what you choose to use on your WordPress front end. Okay, then we're going to get into tracking and analytics. This part is very tedious. This is the most tech heavy part of the entire program. I'm going to explain Google Tag Manager, enhanced e-commerce, some things that are really great to know so you can actually track your conversions and also eventually retarget and drive sales to people who have already seen your product. All right, then we're going to get into creating and running a lucrative affiliate program. I've already shown you how to set up the affiliate program on the most basic level possible, but next I'm going to show you the next steps. I'm going to show you how to actually get people to promote, some things that we can do inside of ThriveCart that make affiliates more likely to promote and to promote with higher conversions. So I'm going to show you all of that. Then we're going to get into testing. I'm going to explain how we can test in a couple of different ways. I'm going to explain how we can test on the front end with WordPress. And I'm going to explain how we can split test or A/B test our products inside of ThriveCart. And then we're going to get into what I'm calling the odds and ends. There's just a couple of things that didn't really fit into a specific module that I think are very important. We're going to talk about JV contracts. I'm going to talk about purchase behaviors and some email integrations that I think are super important. And then finally, just for fun, I've got my ThriveCart $1 Million tips. These are some of my quick recommendations, things that I'll kind of sprinkle throughout the whole course, but this is just a quick overview of some of the really quick wins I recommend everybody who uses ThriveCart should implement, and also just marketing in general. So check that out. That is the flow of the program. Take it at your own speed. Some of the sections are going to be more tech heavy than others, so don't feel shy about watching them twice if you have to. Do what it takes to get the results. I'll see you guys in the next module. Okay, I don't love doing this. It seems a little grade schooly, but I think it's important that we do start with some basic terminology. It's very likely that you'll know most of these, if not all of them, but just so that we can make sure that we don't accidentally overlook something or cover something that has you confused. I want to make sure that you know all the basic terminology that I'm going to be using throughout this program. All right. So the first one is a two-step order form. This is a checkout page that asks visitors to provide their name and email address before they provide their billing information. So there's two steps. First is the personal information. Second is billing. These are my favorite type of order form because they let us do abandoned cart emails, which we will cover at length in a later video. But just understand that's what a two-step order form is. Next, A/B tests. This is a feature that's in many different tools. It allows you to test different variables against each other. So for instance, I could test one headline and then run traffic to another headline and see which one converts better. There's different ways to split test and A/B test, but we're going to go over some basic ways to do it the correct way inside of ThriveCart. Abandoned cart. This is pretty straightforward, but it's important to understand because there's a lot of money in abandoned carts. When a customer visits the checkout page but doesn't complete the purchase, these are what I call low-hanging fruit opportunities. Where if you can retarget people who abandon the cart or send them an abandoned cart email, you can make a ton of easy sales. Affiliate. These are people who promote our products for commission. I'll show you how to go about setting up affiliate programs. This is a huge aspect of my business. About 30% of my sales come from affiliates. And that is one of my favorite features of ThriveCart is their sophisticated affiliate program. Some of the cool features that it has that other programs just do not. Bump offer, a one-time offer that appears during checkout. Buyers can check a box and it will add the bump offer to their product. These convert really well if you do them correctly. I always recommend using one if you have something that fits. This is a really, really awesome high converting opportunity. It's not necessarily a sales funnel. You could do just a single page with a bump offer. A bump offer is going to be something that's going to be pretty discounted and it has to be very relevant to the actual product. We'll go into those in more detail, but for now, just understand that they're just offers that are on the checkout page that allow people to just click a little box to add it. Downsell, similar to an upsell, but typically lower cost, and it comes only after the upsell has been rejected. So let's say you have $1,000 coaching offer, and if people don't select it, you could downsell them to a smaller coaching offer that is more affordable, $500, something like that. Typically, it's related to the first upsell, but it's either more affordable or it's maybe in payment plans, something like that. JV partners. This is a feature inside of ThriveCart. Don't confuse this with affiliate partners. JV partners are people that you work with who you split revenue with in a certain way. So I have several of these set up in my account because I partner with people on multiple products. And what you can do is you can make it so that whenever a sale is made, a certain percentage of it goes to you and a certain percent of it percentage of it goes to your partner. So you can do a 50-50 split, 30-70 split, whatever you want. So whenever a sale's made after fees and commissions, it'll split the net between you and the JV partner. I'll show you guys how to do this in another video if you're interested. It's really great, especially if you are someone who wants to manage a partnership a little bit more automatically. Pixel. A pixel is a small piece of code that we install on pages that let us track conversions or retarget visitors across the web. There's different types of pixels, Facebook pixels, Google pixels, different retargeting pixels. We use these in ThriveCart, and they do make it pretty easy to set them up. So I'm going to show you how to do that, but just understand what they are. If anyone has a sales funnel, they're not pixeling the traffic or tracking their conversions, they're leaving money on the table. It's a process, and I'm guilty of sometimes doing it last or having a product and then putting the pixels in later. But if you do it from right out of the gate, you will be very, very happy because it's so much easier to make sales on retargeting, and it's just better to be able to quantify your conversions. So if you're running paid ads, pixels will help you see who's buying, where they came from, stuff like that, so you can better fine-tune your marketing efforts. Upsell, an additional offer shown before purchase is complete. Typically, this is an offer that is discounted and only available during checkout. We'll go into those in more detail. These are in alphabetical order, by the way. Obviously, upsell would normally come before downsell. Website builder, WordPress. WordPress is a website builder that we use on the front end for sales pages. We use different WordPress themes. I'm going to show you the theme that I use is called Thrive Themes. It has a bunch of different features. It's not free, but there are a bunch of free options if that is what you want. I will show you the different options that are available to you. Right, those are the basic terms that you need to know. Like I said, you probably know most of them already, but if you didn't and now you do, that's awesome, and we will be better for it as we go throughout the course. All right, let's start by going into ThriveCart. I'm going to give you an overview of the dashboard, and I'm going to give you a basic step-by-step of what to do right after you get your account set up. So I've obviously had my account for a while, so it's going to look a little bit different than yours. But every time you log in, you're going to have the option here of either logging into your account, or if you're approved for the affiliate program, you'll have the affiliate area down here. This at the bottom is just for promoting other ThriveCart products. So for example, if you're promoting one of my products, you would see it down there in my affiliate account. If you're promoting one of your own products, you'd see it up here under my accounts. Does that make sense? I don't know if ThriveCart is even accepting affiliates anymore. I know some people have trouble getting in, but if you are, it is down there. But if you're confused, don't be. You're always going to select this top one if you're going to work on your own products. So when you log in, it's going to give you a dashboard. It's going to show you sales for that specific day. You can filter this by all different types of parameters. You can filter by specific products. You can do all types of different things here. If you want, you can customize the stats that are available. I don't really need anything other than what I already have there, but let's say that I wanted to add new trial signups, I could add that, and I can see if I have any new trials down there every day. Let's see, month to date. Nothing too crazy here. You can just see pretty clearly whatever the data is that you want. 9 new trials, conversion rate, gross revenue, all that good stuff. You can get it right there. Okay, so what we want to do first, now that you have a new account, I'll go through what all of this stuff is here in a second. We want to come to My Profile, click on that, and you're going to want to make sure that you fill out all of the content here. Okay, make sure you have your logo installed. Make sure it's 400 by 300 and also on a transparent background. I just do mine in Canva. It's pretty easy to get done. You want to have your address and all that stuff filled out. I don't put a telephone number unless you want someone to actually contact you. Put a telephone number there if you have a specific line for customer support, because you will get phone calls if you put a phone number there. People will see it on their invoice. If you click this little button, include my business info and address and receipts. Keep in mind they can still see certain things in Stripe or PayPal even if they purchase through ThriveCart. So I've had people that call me and I realized it was because my phone number was on Stripe. Okay, so make sure you have all that set up. Skype name, it's not super important. Socials aren't really important. You can set up two-factor authorization if you want to protect your account. And whenever you do a support chat, you're going to generate a support code. So you'll click that button and it's going to pop up and it's going to give you a unique support code that will allow them to know what account you're asking questions about. So that is what you need to do to get set up right there from the beginning. So let's go back to my account. And the next thing we're going to want to do, we'll do users later. Right now we're just going to start with one user, but if you have other people on your team, you might want to make them users. We're going to come into settings. We've got a lot of different options here, but what we want to do first is integrations. So go to view integrations, and this is where you want to set up the most important integrations in your business are going to be the Stripe, PayPal, and then your email autoresponder. So when you're going to set these up, click view settings, authorize another Stripe account, listen to this video. If it changes, that'll be there. I want to make sure that you follow whatever instructions they have here to connect it. I'm not going to go through that exact process, but it's very easy with the instructions that they give you. And then repeat that with PayPal. And then for email autoresponders, I use ConvertKit. It's really easy to set that up. You just have to do a couple of things. Grab your API code from ConvertKit. And another one that I have integrated is I use a lot of Zapier, and you actually do that integration inside of Zapier. So if there's a software that you're trying to connect that isn't on one of their native integrations, like not in this list of all these different integrations, you can still do it, but you just have to do it with Zapier. If you have any questions about that, let me know down in the comments. I have comments on for all of this program, and I do check them and reply to them if you have any. Okay. There's other integrations here that you might have. If you are going to ship physical products, you've got ShipStation, Google Sheets. If you want to send data to a Google Sheet, you can do that. You can also export data at any time. Thinkific is coming soon. Thrive Apprentice is what this course is built in. Another reason why I love the Thrive Themes Suite, which is completely separate product. Don't get confused with ThriveCart and Thrive Themes. I'll explain that in a little bit. But those are the key integrations. So now let's do one last thing. Let's go back to settings. Let's go to account-wide settings and just make sure that we have everything in here that we want. We'll do more with this CNAME later. That's basically going to allow us to use different domains at the checkout. For invoices, you can use different invoice IDs. I don't do that. I just use whatever they give me. So don't mess with that unless for some reason you know a reason that you want to change that number. I can't think of one. All right, so financial settings. Financial year starts January 1st. If yours is different, you can change that. This is just going to be for the reporting. If you want to see current financial year, it's going to be based off of this. Enable toggling between test and live orders in the transaction area. I put that on no, always view live mode. I will explain that more in a little bit. If you want to collect sales tax, if you're selling physical products, you might want to turn this on. You can choose these. I am not selling physical products with ThriveCart, so I do not mess with the sales tax. Okay, then we're going to go to the customer hub. This is where customers can go to view their past purchases, cancel recurring subscriptions. That's assuming if you allow that down here, which you absolutely should. I don't like it when companies make it difficult to cancel or unsubscribe. It's just not good. It's going to lead to a lot of chargebacks and just stuff that let people cancel. You know what I mean? Make sure you have a good contact email that is preferably from your actual domain. This is going to be the URL. So if they want to update their info, they could just use that, paste it there, and then they just enter their email and they'll get a link. Make sure that you have a logo here. This logo needs to be 500 by 70 pixels for best results. And then you can also add a message if you want. And one of the little codes here that I'm going to add Okay, save. And then let's preview the customer hub. Hey, Edward Man, that's the name. And it's going to show all of his purchases, one-time purchase, trials. So it's really cool. So you definitely want to make sure that you're aware of that. And also you can include this link in emails, say like if you want to ever update your plan, click here, and that is how you do it. Okay, next you have the affiliate area. There's only one thing you can edit with the affiliate area, and that's to disable recommended products. Don't worry about that. That basically just means that in the affiliate area, they can see other products that they can promote. I don't worry about that. I just leave that blank. Never had issues. Fraud prevention, if you want, you can add reCAPTCHA or HCAPTCHA. I have that disabled. You can add that, like I said, if you'd like. I've never had issues, knock on wood. Facebook domain verification and CNAME. We'll talk about these later. You do not need these right out of the gate. You can change them at any time. They do come in handy though down the road when you want to have a more streamlined process. You want to have better looking URLs for your checkout pages and also smoother ad experience on Facebook. Okay. We're going to go into manage dunning here in a little bit towards the end. Basically, this is going to be what we do for subscription plans. If somebody wants to, if somebody's payment doesn't work, we go through and we actually send them reminders, and ThriveCart can do that for us. You can run a sales tax report if you want. Under legal and compliance, you can do things like preventing automatically collecting email addresses. I do that. I don't turn that off. You can add a cookie bar to checkout pages if you want. If you don't have them in your footer of your website, you probably should do that legally. I am not an attorney, so I'm not going to really advise too much on that. It's pretty straightforward though. If you do want to add that, just click on the toggle and then fill this all out. Okay. Then API and webhooks. Oh, sorry. Custom text and translation. I don't have any language profiles in there yet, but if you want, you can create your own through here. So you can basically change what the codes mean. This is a little bit advanced. We'll talk about it a little bit more in another video. API and webhooks. If you have other apps that you want to connect with ThriveCart, you view your API keys here. Create API keys. You can view your connected apps here. And if you have any webhooks, you'll find those here. This will not make sense to you right now, but this is something that we use for deeper integrations when we're selling software. Okay, so let's now cover these last few things just so you're aware of everything that is inside of ThriveCart. So when we click on this icon, we're going to see all of our products. So these are all the products that will appear on the front end. Any product that's in test mode or anything that we're still working on will be here as well. You can search for anything you want. You can also view labels if you have labels, pretty similar to the names. The names are what people will see on their invoices. We'll get more into that here later. Upsells, these are what could be shown inside of funnels if you decide to have a funnel. Every ThriveCart product doesn't have to have a funnel. Downsells, these are similar to upsells. A and B tests, this is where you'll see all of your A and B tests, or where you can create new ones. And then coupons, if you want to create coupons, for your affiliates, that's where you'll do it. Transactions, this is where you can view all of the customer data, just kind of like the dashboard, just a little bit more fine-tuned. You can view by bump, upsell, downsell, products, etc. Filter by time. Subscriptions, you can see all of your active subscriptions. You can see new signups, trials. You can see if any of them are overdue, all that good stuff. Affiliates, this is where you're going to manage your affiliate area. We'll cover this in great detail, but for now, just know that this is where we keep all of our affiliate stuff. And then JV partners, if you're going to team up with somebody on a product and you're splitting revenue, this is different than affiliate. This is like, let's say I have 50% ownership of something and my partner has 50%. I want to pay him automatically 50% of the split. I can set that up here. And again, we'll go into that in more detail. All right. So don't be overwhelmed. Hopefully that was pretty straightforward. You're going to have a lot of questions right now if you've never seen ThriveCart before. Don't worry, I'm going to answer them in the next video. I'll see you over there. Okay, so one thing that every website is going to need is hosting. You need to own your own hosting or you don't own the website. So with every funnel builder, you do have to purchase your own domain, and you want to do that anyway. Let's say you want to switch funnel builders or funnel services, you really need to own your domain to do that. Never use something that's hosted for free. That means you don't own it. Totally takes away the whole purpose of being self-employed or having your own side hustle business where you actually have control of it. So the service that I use is WPX Hosting. It is, in my experience, and this is based off of using a lot of more expensive options, it's just the best. It's got amazing customer support. Like, watch this. I'm gonna message them. Start chat. They're literally just always right there waiting. They have so many support people and they all know what they're doing. So that's one of the big reasons I love it. But really, it's just the fastest. If you check, you can check their own proof. Obviously, you can take that with a grain of salt if you want. But also, third parties from guys that I trust, like Matthew Woodward, have ran very extensive speed tests that just show that it is the best WordPress hosting that you can get. And we are going to use WordPress. They also host anything else, but they will help you install WordPress very easily as well. So for those reasons, I absolutely love and recommend WPX. If you want to use something else, or if you already have all your domains somewhere else, by all means, stick with them, no pressure. But if you want, there is a link down below with a discount for 25% off the annual plans of WPX hosting. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and log in. And I'm going to purchase a new domain. I don't know why I have a $1 credit, but that's cool. I already have hosting, so my plan for hosting is $500 a year. That is a very big plan. You can change the plan to things that are much lower. They have other options, but for mine, that is what I'm using. Okay. So what I want to do now is I want to buy a new domain. I'm gonna actually build the course that you're taking right now. So this is kind of meta. You're going to be able to see what I'm actually building that you're already inside. So if you purchased the course or got it as a bonus from my ThriveCart affiliate offer, you'll be able to kind of see what I did before I did it. It's kind of fun. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and register. I just recommend .coms. People use other TDLs, TLDs, I forget what they're called. These .expert, .foundation. If the .com is available, I go with the .com. So I'm going to go ahead and check that out. The domain will use our name servers. If you want to buy your domain and use a different hosting, you can do that. I don't see any reason to do it separately. I'm going to go ahead and do it for 3 years. I've found that there's an SEO impact on having the domain purchased longer. It makes the site more credible, and there's some evidence to support that. I just do it anyway because I don't want to have to accidentally forget to pay my bill. So I like to pay just as far in advance as possible. I'm going to check out. Blah, 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 blah. You are welcome to spend the 10 minutes it takes to read the GDPR policy, but you do not have to. If anything, the support is just a little bit too helpful because it's always popping up. All right, so I'm gonna log into my PayPal account. Go ahead and just take it from the balance. Let's go. Return to merchant. For some reason, you kind of have to go through this double process to actually pay it. Okay, so now it's showing as paid. It's a little weird. I'm not sure why it is the way that is, but that's how it works. Don't worry, you only have to do it once. Or if you want to buy multiple domains, yeah, you have to do it again. All right, so now I have my different domains. It's going to take a while for that to populate down here and get everything set up. If I click on manage domain, okay, I've got all of my information here that I need. It's going to show me when it's going to expire, status, all that good stuff. All right, so then I want to come into WordPress hosting. I'm going to click on manage services. So I already have the hosting, obviously. If you don't have it, you purchase that. I'm going to come down here to websites. And then I'm going to add a new website. ThriveCartMastery.com. Next, I'm going to choose a username. Also have it generated. It's going to install W3 Total Cache plugin for better performance. I'm going to take that off for now. I'll show you why here in a little bit. There's just better caching plugins. But if you want to use it, go for it. There's no set in stone only way to do it. There's literally an infinite number of possibilities of combinations of hosting, themes, plugins. You can do whatever you want. And my experience is my experience. So it's based off of what I've had and what has worked and what hasn't worked. So I feel like it's pretty reliable. But if you find something that you think works better than what I'm doing or you're more comfortable with, go for it. I'm going to show you the plugin or the WordPress plugins and themes that I use. They're great, but if there's something that you use that you're more comfortable with, like for example, a lot of people use Elementor. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with Elementor. For me, it's the preference. I think ThriveCart or Thrive Architect is a little bit better, but don't feel like I have every single answer. Sometimes things are a little bit different for you. So I'll let you know whenever there's an optional thing. So like, first of all, hosting, this is not the only option. It's just the one I recommend. If you want to go with something else, by all means, do that. But I do recommend that everybody uses WordPress. It's just the best. If you want to have a real website, a real foundation, if you want to have like a blog and do all of the stuff that a professional business does, I recommend WordPress. If you're brand new, you're going to be tempted by other builders like Wix. I just don't like those. They also charge much higher monthly fees. Thrive Architect and the Thrive themes that I use doesn't charge a monthly fee. They do charge an annual fee, but it's much lower. And WordPress is actually completely free. So if you ever find yourself paying for WordPress, you're using the wrong one. There's multiple WordPress. It's confusing. There's WordPress.com, WordPress.org. It gets very confusing, but don't worry about that. Never pay for WordPress. You pay for the hosting. You don't pay for WordPress. All right, so I'm gonna have to let this take time to populate. Once it does, I'll be able to go into ThriveCartMastery.com/WP-admin, and that'll pop up. That'll be the URL that I'll use. But for now, it's still populating. Everything's working on the back end. So we'll take a little break here, and then we'll come back and I'll show you the next steps of getting started with installing WordPress completely. All right, so I'll be back here in about 30 minutes to an hour. Okay, so now it's been about only like 15 minutes. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to type in the password and everything that I created. You cannot see that. Log in. This is what it'll look like every time you log in. So go ahead and make sure that if you do have a LastPass account or something to save your passwords, go ahead and always save that. Okay. Now it is time to install everything else. And I'm going to do that in another video to keep these videos short, but that is how you install WordPress. So now when we go to that domain, that ThriveCartMastery.com, we're going to see a placeholder hello world WordPress site, and that means that we did it correctly. All right, I'll see you in the next video. Okay, so now it is time to actually create our product in ThriveCart. So from the home page, come up here to products, click create a product. I'm going to make the ThriveCart Mastery course that you've already bought. This is how I made it. So I'm going to click create new digital product, put ThriveCart Mastery. So you see down here, the checkout page URL is generated automatically. version number 1. Okay, so the label is just for me. I'm going to create a duplicate of this product so I can run A/B tests, but we'll get over that later. You can leave the label blank if you want. You don't necessarily need it, but you're the only one that's going to see it, so you can put whatever you want. If you have multiple users, which you probably don't yet, you do have to select which one owns it. So for me, it's going to be myself. For pricing, for this one, I usually recommend that you have multiple pricing options. But since it's a one-time fee or a purchase the ThriveCart through my affiliate, those are two separate options. I don't want to have a third. The logic here is a little bit different than what you're going to be doing, since this is a unique type of sales funnel, right? It's not normal to have a program that is free if you purchase the software. So this is going to be a little bit different. So don't take this as this is how yours should be. I do recommend that you do break your payments down from not just a one-time fee, but also a split payment option, typically somewhere between 3 and 6 months. So if I were going to do this one, I would make it 3 monthly payments of $70 or something around that number. That's going to cost a little bit more. So 3 times 70 is going to be $210. So it's $13 more if they do the payment plan. Usually I might go even a little bit higher. The reason for that is that if you break it down into 3 payments, a lot of people won't complete all of the payments. A percentage that's not below 10, or that's not above 10, right? Typically, if you have higher than that, something is dramatically wrong. But it's going to cost you a little bit of money, so you do want to charge a little bit more for the payment plans, and that is very standard across the internet. Also, there needs to be some kind of reward for people that pay all up front. If you want to add a limited quantity, you can do that here. I'm not doing that right now. If you want to add a trial period, you can do that here. Since this is a course, I don't have a trial period. That is not the same as a refund period. I will honor refunds if anyone doesn't make their money back, if they don't feel they've made their money back, or will make their money back within 30 days of purchase. So that does not mean that I don't have a refund policy. It just means that the trial period means that they don't pay until the trial period expires. So if I set it to 7 days or even to 30 days, they wouldn't be charged until after 30 days, which would allow a lot of people to complete the course. For the most part, I found that if you do that, people are honest, and they'll still, it's not like they'll take the course, love it, implement it, find success, and then refund after they've plowed through the course. But it does happen. So that's up to you if you want to add that. Depending on the product, if you sell a software, having trials is great. But for this course, I'm going to just not have that. And then as far as units, I'm going to have just one purchase at a time. Nobody needs to purchase multiple. And then this is going to fill in automatically. I'm going to add for lifetime access, $197. All right, so that's going to actually appear on the cart when they check out. Okay. Click save. Calculate sales tax automatically. I don't calculate sales tax on my digital products. If you talk to your accountant and he says you should, go for it. And I also don't do a customized invoice. If you want to do that, you can. You just don't have a whole lot of options. Everything you do is going to be in pretty basic HTML text. So I don't do that. But if you want to, you're welcome to do it. If I wanted to add an extra pricing option, I could do that here. This is where I would do the split pay. 3 payments, 97. Whatever I wanted to do there, okay? So I'm gonna go to next. Bump offer. I love having a good bump offer, but for this one, I am not going to do it right away. I will add a bump offer later, and I'm gonna dive into how you can create a bump offer, what a bump offer should be, and how to make those convert the best. But I'm gonna do that in a separate video. So for now, we're gonna put that on the back burner. You can create your product and then do all of this other stuff later. You can update it as you go. So don't feel like any of this is permanent, because it's not. Payment processors. In the earlier video, we already integrated Stripe and PayPal. I could also add Apple Pay. I'm a big Apple guy, so I do use that from time to time. For affiliates, we do want to add affiliates, but not yet. We want to do that here in a little bit. So after I actually get the product up and going, I'll add the affiliates, because once you select that, you kind of have to choose some options. So we're going to do a whole nother video just on that. So click next. Support email. This is where you want to make sure that your email is with your website. It doesn't have to be, but it's just way more professional. It's going to decrease refunds. It's just a better look, right? And since this is a Thrive Apprentice course, it comes with a Thrive theme suite, I'm going to add them to a membership site. It's going to add them to ThriveCart Mastery. It's the only course. And then revoke access when the customer cancels or refunds. I'm going to leave the login URL empty for now. Okay, now it's time to get to checkout. There are 4 different checkout options. What I want to use right now is just the standard. I like the standard best. These other ones are great too. If you have the pop-up, it basically you're gonna put a button on your page. When they click on it, it'll pop up. I just like standard. I think it's the easiest to track. It's the highest converting for me. And embeddable is fine, but it gives me some issues. And also it's not ideal for tracking. It's going to give me some headaches there. So I usually just stick with standard. Once you've chosen that, also you can use their legacy carts. Those are the old ones that they don't actually have anymore. So I just recommend using these new ones. And I'm going to use standard. So I'm going to go to next. And now I'm going to launch my editor. Okay. And basically I just want to add my image here. So let's upload image. All right. So it's going to show that in the product. Down here, we're going to have a coupon code option. I don't like to have that if you don't have a coupon code, because the problem is everybody goes there and then they start emailing you for coupon codes, or they Google coupon codes, and if you don't have them, they might forget to come back. So I just don't, if I don't have a coupon code, I don't like to put that there. So for now, I'm going to have that hidden. Definitely remember that. I think it's a very important step. Done. All right, so now we have a lot of other things going on here. So first of all, we have all these different colors and options. I like to kind of keep it lean, so I don't do too much editing here. I do want to edit the colors though. I want the colors to match the colors from the website. I think the continuity is important. So let's go ahead and I'm going to actually snag the color from this page. So let's just snag the button color here. And we're going to grab that hex code. Paste that there. Good to go. To continue, I'm going to do the same thing there. And there's a million ways to get those codes if you want them, but for now I'm just going to do that. I actually do want to add this because I will add coupon codes eventually, but for now I want to not include them. All right, and now an important thing to note, we have a bunch of different stuff that we can do. We can make the cart style boxed like this, or full page. I like to use full page. I can put the sidebar on the left or on the right. Also over here, I can see what it looks like on mobile. Okay, that's kind of why I like to have it on the right, because if you put it on mobile, that pops up a little bit differently. Just kind of standard for it to be on the right. All right, and then if I wanted to make it single step, that would include all of the payment options right here. So they would just have one page to go through. But I want to make it multi-step. And the reason being is that I want to be able to run abandoned cart emails. So I want them to provide their name and email here. And then if they leave, I can send them reminders saying, hey, you still want this? Here's the link to buy. So that's super important. That helps me with conversions a lot. Other things I can do, I can edit the title color. So like if I wanted to make the same title color as the font, I could do that. I don't want to do that. I think that looks bad. I do want to ask for their first name. You can also ask for their business name, but I found that adding unnecessary things just hurts the conversions, right? And then you can have them opt in. So if they want to opt in, this is kind of the more white hat way of doing things here. So okay. I can also add terms of service. If I wanted to add custom fields, I could, but I'm not going to do that. Also, if you want to add business name or contact number, you can. If you sell maybe a high ticket coaching or consulting, you want to validate your subscribers a little bit more, you can do that. I don't do that. I can edit, I can make this underlined, I can do a bunch of stuff with the text here. But I kind of like it the way that it is. I think that these have always converted pretty well for me. Okay, so that is essentially what we have here. And then as far as the other elements, like let's say that I want to add something else, and I do recommend that we add other things here. So we'll add, right here, I want to add a 30-day refund guarantee. I'm going to add that. And then I can really add whatever I want. I can put, like right here, I like to describe the product a little bit more. Again, I want to hide that now. So that when that coupon code is hidden, it's not going to appear. But if I wanted to edit it, that's where it is. Okay. If I had some scarcity, I could add a countdown timer. I don't have scarcity for this. It's an evergreen offer. And I don't like fake scarcity. I think that that's unethical, so I'm not going to put anything there. But if I wanted to, like let's say that I have a promotion that's ending soon, I could do that. And again, I'd probably want to come here and change that color. And let's say that also I could, if I want to change the default font, something ugly like this, I could. Let's keep it with the default. Actually, what we need to do is we need to find out what font this is. And you want to try to emulate that font as much as possible. So let's double check and just see if I can remember what the font name is and if I have something that is that same font or similar inside of ThriveCart. Just the continuity keeps people from being sketched out. It just really, all right, this is called Molish. I don't think that that's supported. Oh, it is, sweet. All right, so I'm gonna use Molish. So that's gonna give me a better, just better continuity with the sales page. So when they bounce from there onto here, it's going to give them a better, more natural experience, right? Also, I want to add one more image. You don't want to add too much to these because they can get a little, they can slow down the site, but some things are worth it. I think adding the image of the program here is beneficial. So I'm going to add that. All right. Let's just double check and make sure it looks good. So the problem with that image there is that it's actually going to actually make that look odd. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete that for now because I want them to be able to see all of this when they check out. But what I'm going to do is on the success page, which I'll get to in a second, we'll add it. So they'll get two images of what they're doing. Right? And then testimonials are huge. If you want to add testimonials, highly recommend doing that. I recommend doing that on the cart and the success page. Since this is a brand new course, I don't have testimonials. I'm not going to fake them. So neither should you. If I wanted to add anything else, product info box, that's what that already is. So I don't need that. You can always just delete elements as you go. If I wanted to add extra text, it's just a drag and drop builder. Hopefully that kind of makes sense at this point. So once we've got that all checked up, we're going to move on to the success page. So this is going to be what they see after they purchase. So now I am going to add that element. I'm going to filter that. And I'm going to put subheading. And I'm going to put text, put contact. Yeah, Nate at. Okay, and then I can edit the button if I want. If I want to make the button, let's go back to that brand color. I want to change the radius. It's going to make the button square. Button size, I can make the button a little bit bigger. Right. I can add anything else I want here. Also, I want to make this match that. And then I want to make sure that my fonts are also matching. So we're going to do that in Molish again. Okay. Then we're going to click on next. So now we're saving. And then tracking, we're going to do tracking separately in another video. Click next. And then I'm going to do behavior in another video. So for now, I want to click save and get URL. Make sure that you complete this process and don't forget to save. Because if you forget to save, it's going to make you start all the way over. Okay. And also, I'm going to share this design with you guys so that you can use it. Save and publish. Okay. And I can always edit and customize anything else here after I go. But we're going to do all that in another video. So for now, I want to copy the URL and just double check to see what it looks like. As you see up here, warning, this product is in test mode, blah, blah, blah. So I'm going to put Nate. And then when it's in test mode, it gives you a template. And all you have to do is put valid future dates and then just create a CVS or a CVC code. Click complete order. Oh, I forgot to delete the last chance to buy. And like I said, you're always going to have things you're going to want to tweak and optimize. So I forgot to delete that. I'm going to delete that. I'll do another video where I'll explain how to add scarcity to your emails or to your checkouts. And if you want to make it so that something different happens after a certain amount of time, we can get that set up too. But for now, when they view invoice, access your purchase. Okay. All right, so we are good to go there. Actually, whoops. We need to edit on the cart page. We need to do one more thing. Sorry. We need to go to adjust SEO settings. I'm going to put ThriveCart Mastery. Set an image there for it. Favicon. I don't have a Favicon yet. I don't want this to be indexed yet. That's basically going to show it up in Google. And since that is not live, I don't want to do that yet. Oh, also, I want to show the cart steps. And I want to make sure that I edit these. Whoops, that one I do need to be black. But this. And then this. I want to keep that same color going throughout everything, okay? Now I'm going to save this. So if you guys want, you can use this. Download it and import it into your own templates. Obviously, you'll have to change everything, change the colors, all that good stuff. But in the next video, we will get into some of the other aspects of this, such as the bump offer, creating our affiliate program, and all that good stuff. All right, I'll see you there. Okay, now it's time to do our bump offer. So what we're gonna do is go back to edit. And remember, we skipped over this part in the last video. So the first thing you're gonna do is click on yes here when you wanna set up your bump offer. And it's gonna be digital, just like when we set up the main product. Already filled this out. Basically, I'm gonna be giving compliance terms for people who purchased through ThriveCart Mastery. Maybe you did or did not get access to this. Should the bump offer be pre-selected? I put no. I think that's kind of sketchy to have it pre-selected. A lot of people don't notice that, and then they buy and they're like, what's this extra charge? I think that they need to have intent when they click that. So I'm kind of surprised that they even have yes as an option. Okay, so I'm just going to click save and get URL. Okay. Okay, and once we've done this, we are not done. We're only like a third of the way done. So now we have to go back to the product, come to edit. And for fulfillment, this is going to be how I deliver it. So unfortunately, since I'm doing this direct integration, one of the issues here is that I don't have an option to put the bump offer URL. So I have to do a workaround. If you're doing something else, like if you're sending them just straight to a URL, you put your success URL for the product here, and then your bump offer would go here. Okay. And you're always going to want to make sure that you adjust this URL expiration. For some reason, it's set to 1 day. I don't know who would ever want that. The only thing I can think of is if you have like a training that starts tomorrow and it's only tomorrow and that they have to use the URL within 1 day. But if you're selling something that somebody's going to own forever, always set that to never. If not, you're going to answer a million emails about why is my link not working. You don't want that. So make sure you switch that to never before you move on. Okay. So since I'm not doing that, I'm going to keep my add them to membership site, and I'm going to have to do a workaround. Okay. So I'm going to show you the workaround that I installed here. I'm not going to make you watch everything. If you want more information on how to do this, I will gladly do another video for the members area. But what we're going to do is come to behavior. We're going to do a lot more on the behavior. I've created a behavior rule here where if the bump offer is purchased, use ConvertKit, which is the email marketing software I have integrated. You can have whatever you have for email marketing up there. And don't worry, again, we're going to cover more about email marketing in another module. But I'm going to add them to an existing tag that I've created called Bot Compliance Bump Offer. And then if you open up my email marketing software, you'll see that I have a visual automation set up where every time that somebody purchases and gets tagged with the bot compliance tag offer, it sends them this email automatically, and inside that email it has their link. So that's my workaround for that. It's not ideal, but it works. And don't click only run in specific locations. There's no reason for that. I'll click save. And now we're about 2/3 of the way done. The last thing we need to do is come to checkout, then come back to design again. And we're going to edit this. So I've already edited it quite a bit. Basically, you have a lot of options. The second you put a page, a bump offer in there, this will start to appear. What I've done here is I've got border colors set to that same hex code that jives with the brand. If I want to customize this, I just click on it and I can add stuff, like I can remove this flashing arrow if you don't like that. I actually do want to replace this. Another image I like better. Click that. I like to keep the images pretty lean. Okay. If I want to edit the text here a little bit more, I can. If I want to do underlines, which I don't. I could do highlight or italics, which I do actually kind of like. And I think that's pretty good. All right, so that is how you run a bump offer. And as always, make sure that you next, complete so that it saves. All right, that is how you add a bump offer. In the next video, we'll dive into creating your upsells and downsells. Okay, now it's time to create our upsells and downsells. So what we're going to do is click here on upsells, and we have to create these almost like they're their own product. Okay, so we're going to click create upsell, and then just like with the product, we're going to do digital, assuming that you're making your upsell a digital product. I'm going to put this as coaching calls, 2 times 30-minute coaching calls. Okay. And I'm going to call it a one-time fee, unlimited quantity. I'm going to do this at $197. Trial period, no. Just put that to none. Only allow 1 purchase at a time. Okay. Next. Do I want to add tracking code to this offer? I do, but not right now. We're going to do that in a later video. Affiliates. Do you want affiliates to promote this offer? I will. But for now, I'm going to keep that off. Okay. So we're going to go to next and the success page. Okay. And then I can do rules here. I'm going to do that later. Again, you don't have to have everything set up right away. I'm going to come back and do that later. But right now, I just want to show you how to do upsells. All right, so it is now ready to use. On the products page, we're going to click create a funnel, and then we're going to toggle on enable a sales funnel for ThriveCart Mastery. And by default, it's going to have whatever we had for the main product as the when customer purchases action. But for this, I need to change it because the upsells are not going to be additional course stuff. They're going to be to URLs. Okay, so I'm going to click provide URLs to purchases. And then upsell number 1 is going to be those coaching calls. And the success URL is going to be my you can book me page, which is going to look like this. So basically when they sign up, they'll be able to come and book. Sorry, that's actually it's going to look like this. They pick what they're doing. They can schedule a date, time, and then we're good to go. Okay. So if you're an agency or you're offering some sort of service and you need people to schedule calls, You Can Book Me is an awesome option for that. There's other tools to do it, but You Can Book Me is great. I also will use Typeforms from time to time for similar things. If I don't need them to schedule a time, I'll use a tool called Typeform. But you can do a bunch of different tools in there. That part is up to you, okay? So this upsell is a replacement for the following purchases. This is not a replacement to anything. So let's say that you wanted to include the course with this. So I wanted to make it like a $1,000 package and it said you get the course and coaching calls. And then I wanted to make sure that they didn't pay for the front end course and then pay again when it comes with the upsell. Does that make sense? If it doesn't, let me know down in the comments as always. If you're selling a product that replaces it, or let's say you have a software and you have a basic version and then you have an option for the pro version and they purchase the pro version, you would then want to make sure that they cancel the product that they got on the front end. And then they'll see it before they finish the checkout. They'll make sure that they don't have both purchased, but that is what that's for. And it's important. Okay. All right. Edit upsell page. This is going to be just like the checkout editor from the front end. Let's go to launch. I'm not going to make you watch me build this entire thing. You've already watched me build something similar. Essentially the keys here, we want to make sure that we describe the offer clearly. We explain the price. I love to use videos. I think videos really convert well on these. And then you always want to have down here at the bottom a clear link for them to click if they don't want it. I usually include something like one-time offer, just so they know that it's only available here at the checkout. Okay. And then you can edit all of this stuff. And everything there is going to be just like inside of the ThriveCart main product checkout page editor. So I'm not going to spend a bunch of time showing you this, but that is how we do that. In the next video, let's go ahead and save the sales funnel just so I can double check and make sure that it's working now. Obviously, I'm going to change the design up. And remember, you just put that future date and then a random CVC code. Now, hopefully it takes us to the upsell page. Boom. Yeah. So I didn't add any content to it yet. But this is what's going to happen, right? And then when I click no, it should take me to the invoice. Yep. Perfect. All right. So that's working. I want to test one more thing. I want to make sure that it actually works when I purchase the upsell. Okay. So I'll go ahead and do all those. All right. Now we're going to actually click it and make sure that it gets added. And then we'll check to make sure on the invoice page it actually does have that You Can Book Me URL and the text looks the way that I expected it to. All of that. Perfect. You purchased 2 times 30-minute coaching calls. So let's see if they click that. Boom. Schedule their calls. Perfect. All right, we're good to go. Now, it's important that we cover the logic involved with the sales funnel flow, with the upsells and the downsells. In the next video, I'm going to get into downsells, but first I kind of want to explain this logic. You can have up to 5 upsells. Upsells will show no matter what. Downsells will only show if the upsell that preceded them is not selected. Okay? So let's say that I have my coaching calls here and somebody says no. My downsell could be a coaching call to just, maybe half the amount or maybe a payment plan, right? And that's only shown though if they say no to the upsell. Whereas if I have upsell number 2, is something different, a different product that's like not a coaching call, or let's say it's a bigger coaching call package, that is shown no matter what. So if they select upsell 1, it'll take them straight to upsell 2. If they don't take upsell 1 and they take downsell 2 or downsell 1, it'll take them to upsell 2. If they don't take upsell 1 or downsell 1, they will still see upsell 2. It's going to go through all the upsells. Okay? Does that make sense? Hopefully it does. In the next video, I'll show you how to actually make the downsells, and we'll be pretty close to finishing up our funnel. All right, I'll see you there. Okay, so now it's time to create our downsell. So with the downsells, let's go ahead and save sales funnel. The downsells, we'll create them the same way in products. Create downsell, create new downsell. Okay, next. We will price this one at 97. So this probably won't be my final offer that I have here. I don't like doing coaching calls, so I'll probably be changing this a little bit. If you did get a coaching call, that's awesome, but I'm probably going to change that to something a little bit more scalable. For now, tracking. Do you want to add tracking again? We'll do that later. Same with the affiliates. We'll do that later. Okay. And again, we can set up the rules later. Now we go back to our main product, go to edit funnel. And now we're going to choose that 1 times 30-minute coaching call. You gotta be careful because unfortunately they bump you back to the default there. Put my success URL, which is going to be the same URL actually. Launch downsell editor, I can do that, or I can copy design from another upsell. So if I wanted to come and take the one from this exact program, I can do that, which is great because then I'm going to have the same design. Unfortunately, I didn't finish my design before I did this, so it's not as valuable. But basically, it's going to be the same thing, except for it's now going to say 97. Okay, I'm just going to not customize that just yet. Okay, we'll save that for now. And then let's copy that and test that out one more time. Okay, so let's go ahead and choose no to see if we get the downsell. Yep, there it is. And now let's make sure, I'm going to go ahead and click to actually add the downsell. And there it is. Perfect. All right. Okay, now just so that we can have said that we did the full gamut, which would be upsell, downsell, and then another upsell, so you can see the whole flow. Basically, that's going to be all the different logic options. Let's go ahead and do one more here. I want to do done for you WordPress site. Again, I don't know why, but you got to keep moving that back. It's one of the glitches with the membership site option. Done for you WordPress site. Edit upsell page. I'm going to copy this from another design. And this is actually a upsell that I ran for another program. And then we're good to go. Okay. And I'll enter my success URL there. And now once we test that, we'll be able to see everything going on. And that is the extent of upsells and downsells. Again, I could create another downsell here if I wanted. I could do another upsell, another downsell, and I could do that 5 times total, which would be 10 total pages if I wanted to, but that is lunacy. I like to keep it usually just 1 to 2 upsells. Some people like to go way more than that. It's up to you, but 5 is a lot. But all right, I will see you guys in the next video. Okay, now it's time to install our themes. So by default, you'll have some free themes inside of WordPress. So you can do is come in here and come to themes, and they have these free ones right here. So this is going to be the one that is active. If I want, I can customize it. It's pretty straightforward. These are very, very lean themes. And what I don't like about these is that to edit them, you have to use the block editor here, which is just not ideal. I don't think that it's just difficult to get your posts to look the way that you want them to, like this. Now, a lot of people use this, you know, good for them. It's for me, for my pages to really pop, to really look the way that I want them to, I need a little bit more than this. But it has gotten better. I will say that it has gotten better than it was back when I first started blogging. So if you want to use a free theme, you can use that. But I'm going to show you what I actually use. And it is called Thrive Themes. And it comes with a suite of tools well beyond just the theme. It's a membership that you can pay annually or I believe quarterly. And it has a bunch of different powerful tools that I use on the front end of my funnels. So don't get it confused. I know it's super confusing. Thrive Themes and ThriveCart. Thrive Themes and ThriveCart are completely separate. These are different tools ran by different people. Just as coincidental that they both have the same similar sounding name. Okay, so definitely check this out. See what all they offer. The big things for me are the Thrive Architect and the Thrive Theme Builder. The Theme Builder is going to allow you to edit your page globally. So your website, the way it appears globally, all the different styles, colors, footers, headers, stuff like that. And then the Thrive Architect is what makes the post editor so much easier. The post editor that I just showed you is a little bit clunky and hard to customize. The Architect is very, very customizable, very easy to work with. And it also comes with a ton of landing page and sales page templates, which is going to help you out dramatically. It also includes Thrive Leads, which is how I collect all of the leads on all of my websites. So all of my lead magnets are done through Thrive Leads. Other stuff like the Quiz Builder, which I don't use a lot of. Thrive Apprentice, the course you're taking right now, is actually built within Thrive Apprentice. And then Thrive Optimize. This is what I use for testing pages. So if I have a sales page, I want to test two variations of it to see which is converting the best. I do that with Thrive Optimize. All right. And then they have some other cool stuff that I don't use as much. This one's pretty new. Smart Automations, Thrive Ovation to collect testimonials, Thrive Ultimatum. But there's some really great stuff, and you get everything when you purchase. So if you come here to Get Thrive Suite, it's $90 quarterly or $228 yearly. So I recommend getting this one. This is the lowest price you'll get, and it lets you install it on up to 25 websites. So if you're someone who builds funnels for other people, you can actually use these on their websites. It's very cool. And they also have bigger plans if you want to have more websites than that. But you're going to get a lot of great stuff. So I obviously already have an account, so I'm going to go ahead and log in. I'm going to show you how to go about installing it if you do decide to go with it. So I'm going to go into the member dashboard here. I'm going to download the Thrive Product Manager plugin. I'm going to come in here to plugins. I'm going to add new, upload plugin, I'm going to drag and drop, install now, activate plugin. What I love about this is that it's going to bring all of the plugins from Thrive Themes into WordPress. All I have to do is activate them. So I'm going to go ahead and log into my account. It's going to give me access to everything right away. Okay, so you would have to enter your information. I've already done it, so I don't have to. But I'm going to go ahead and install the product. So for now, I'm just going to do Thrive Architect, Thrive Leads, and then I'm going to do Thrive Optimize. And then I'm also going to do Thrive Apprentice. And then for the theme builder, I'm going to click Install Theme. So this is going to replace the old default themes that come with WordPress, right? Okay, so those are the ones that I start with. You can add these other ones later as you go. I'm going to click Install Products. It's just going to take a minute or two. It's going to install everything for me. Okay. I'm going to click Activate Theme Builder. And now I'm going to come to the dashboard. I'm going to see some new things here. When I come down to Product Manager, now I see Thrive Dashboard. I have all of these different options. I come to Thrive Theme Builder. I can choose from one of two themes. I like the Shapeshift theme. You can check these out. If you want to view them, just click Preview. And you can see all different demos of what they have here. So let's see. If you want to look at what the blogs look like, this is what a single blog post looks like. Since you're working on funnels, you kind of want to see what the sales pages will look like. So this is a product focused sales funnel or sales page. And you can customize all of this. So anything that you see here that you don't like, colors, anything like that, you can edit it. So don't worry about that. You can do it very easily right out of the gate. You can also see things like the blocks here. So let's see, let's go to hero blocks. All these different elements. It adds such a next level of customization that you don't have with anything else. This is better than any of the other funnel builders I found. It's just next level. If you really want to customize your pages and make them look the way you want, even if you just go with these templates, these are not overdone like some of the templates for the more popular funnel builders. Okay, so like I said though, I'm gonna go with the Shapeshift theme. I just like this one. I'm more used to it. Go ahead and click Get Started. Upload your logo. I'm gonna find my logo. Brand color. I'll just go with the default color that they have there for now. I'll kind of make that work. Don't show this again. All right, so for the header, this is going to show my menu and then a call to action, and I can choose from all of these pre-built ones. So for now, let's just go with something super lean. Okay. Choose and continue, and then for my footer, I can choose from all these different templates. Basically, I'm just going to want to put my privacy policy and all that good stuff there. So let's just pick one that's really simple. Just go with this one for now. Choose and continue. Homepage. I'm going to choose from ready-made home pages. Make this full screen. All right. And remember, we can customize this really deeply, so don't worry too much about that for now. So let's just go with, just put a blank one there for now. Single blog post. If you're not going to have blog posts right away, don't worry about this. You just skip that. You can always edit these later, guys, so do not worry if you want to make changes and all that. You can do that at any time. So as we're first getting started, if you're just trying to get your sales funnel up and you don't want, you're not worried about your whole page, just choose and continue, keep moving. You can edit these as much as you want. Like right now I'll choose later, or just continue without. So I'll preview my site. So obviously this is going to be super blank. All right. I'm going to go to dashboard. So I'm good to go there. Now I can come into branding and I can set my fonts. I have my logo already installed. If I want, I can do a light version of my logo. Theme colors, I'm just going to go with the default. Favicon, eventually I'll add a favicon there. This is just a little icon that's going to show up right here where the world is normally. And I'm going to edit the landing page on the home page now, okay? Remember, we just left it blank, so I'm going to come up with something a little bit better. So now I have a lot more options, okay? So for this, I'm going to be selling the Thrive Mastery course. So I want to use something that really sells that. So let's go ahead and you click on expand. You can expand any of these templates. And I like to start with something small. Let's see here. And again, do not stress out if you don't love every aspect of it. You can change it as you go. and you always will. Let's go ahead and just choose this one for now. There's going to be a lot of placeholders, obviously, and we're just going to tweak those as we go. All right. Okay, click save. Okay, so that's most of the basic stuff that we want to do. One more thing you want to do actually here is come into site speed. And then install one of the caching plugins. Caching is important to make sure your speed is as fast as possible, right? So we're going to have that turned on. If you want to change your typography, you can do that at any time here. Basically just come to edit. I'm sorry, I know this is overwhelming. It's a lot of stuff. I recommend out of the gate, you keep it close to the template design. And then after you get more comfortable, you can start to make more detailed changes, okay? That is it for now. I'm going to show you in the next video how to go about actually editing the pages using the Thrive Architect Builder. And that will be the first step towards creating our funnel. All right, I will see you in the next video. All right, now I'm not going to make you watch me edit the entire page, but I do want to bring your attention to a few important aspects of how the Thrive Architect editor works. So when we're editing a page, we're using Thrive Architect. That is basically our drag and drop page builder. So since we're already using this template, we've got all of this other stuff already here, these placeholders. We're going to need to replace those or delete them as we see fit, right? So what we're going to do, let me just go over the core things that we need to edit. So first you've got your headline. I'm going to edit that to have my own headline. If I don't have a countdown, I'm going to remove this. If I do have a countdown, I can set the countdown date here by clicking on that. And it's going to update. One of the things you need to make sure you're doing is saving like crazy. You don't want to make a bunch of changes and not have saved. Okay. If you make a mistake and you haven't saved, just refresh the page and you can resolve that, or you can click the back button, right? So the enroll now button, that is going to be the link that is going to have our ThriveCart URL. So don't worry about that for now. For now, we're just going to leave it blank. This one is actually going to take us down to the page or the pricing. So let's go ahead and click preview. If you ever want to see what it looks like, you just click preview. It's going to come all the way down here to enroll now. When we click that, it's taking us down here. That's called an anchor or a jump link. So we can have it as a jump link, or we can have it as a ThriveCart link. So if I wanted to go straight to the page, to the checkout page, I could put that ThriveCart link here. If I wanted to have it jump down, let's go ahead and remove, I'll show you how to do that. If I want to have it jump down to the pricing table, I do that and I click select target. And then I come all the way down to the pricing table here. Add jump link. Okay. And make sure to save. And now when someone clicks that, it's going to take them all the way down to the bottom. Pretty cool. Other things, if we want to add any elements, you come over here to the plus button, and then we have all these different options we can do. Okay, so let's say you wanted to add what kind of a guarantee box. They have a whole bunch of templates for guarantees. You just paste them in there and edit them. All right, I don't want that, so I'm going to go back. If I want to edit my images, I just click on that, replace the image, upload the new one, delete that. I do recommend that you stick with the theme as much as possible. And just edit the content to make it your own. And then as you become more comfortable, I just can't go through every part of Thrive Architect. There's just so many features. It does take a little bit of practice. I'm going to link to some other videos that will help you get even better at it. But right now I kind of want to explain just the core things that go into it. But as you get better, you can start to customize it further and further and further. Okay. And so down here, let's say I'm selling a course, I can upload images. If I have pictures of whatever, let's say here, just for an example, if I paste that in there, that's going to now fill in that spot. So I could do that. I could totally delete that if I want. I could add my own thing there. If I want to delete an entire an entire block, I just click that, delete it. I want to replace that with my own picture, I'll do that. All of my testimonials, just want to make sure that you do completely fill out everything and don't leave anything that was a placeholder. It always looks really, really bad. So this, I'm not going to use that because I don't really have, actually I might use it. I might put the decrease in costs, something like that. Bonuses, if I have bonuses for the program, put them here. I can edit my prices. And then these would be where I would put my ThriveCart URLs. Okay. So again, if you guys have any questions, you're going to have questions. This is not extremely easy. You're going to have questions. And when you do, ask them in the Facebook group. I am there to help. And I want to make sure that we get every question that you have answered. All right. So I'm going to edit this and then I'm going to show you what I've done once I'm complete. And then we'll go a little bit further and I'll show you how to actually finally start to create your product and then integrate it here with your sales page. All right, I'll see you in the next video. All right, now it wouldn't make sense for you to watch me build my entire page. It can take a long time. For me, I'm pretty quick. I can get my page, for the most part, the nuts and bolts down in about 2 hours. And then I spend ongoing effort tweaking it, optimizing it, making it the way that I want it to look. So this page, for me to show you me creating it, would take a long time. That video would be nonsensically long and full of stuff that you don't necessarily need to know. So what I'm going to do in this video is cover the key things that I think are most important for you to see here on what I did and why I did it. So we'll kind of talk about Thrive Architect, but also just the flow of why I'm putting things the way that I'm putting them inside of my sales page. So we're going to kind of go through the tech and the fundamental psychology behind why I'm doing things the way that I'm doing them. So first, most important is the headline. The headline needs to be killer. This is going to be the first thing that I test when I run my split test for this page. What I wanted to do was create the headline, and then I added bold right here. And I also made it a different color to kind of call it out, because that is the key thing. Learn how to build high converting sales funnels with WordPress and ThriveCart, right? So if someone's skimming here, they should be able to, within 5 seconds, understand what the purpose of the page is. If we're not doing that, then we're not accomplishing the first goal, right? Everybody needs to know quickly what the sales page is for. So always, always, always make sure that the headline is good. Test multiple headlines and make sure that it is front and center. So as you see here on the front page, people read left to right, okay? So even though it's on the same line as the video, this will be what they see first. You can do a heat map if you don't believe me, but that is how people read pages. Now, one thing we need to be careful of though is on tablet and mobile, we need to make sure that that is still at the front, right? And here it is. And then on mobile, front and center. Okay. So that is absolutely, without a doubt, the most important part of the entire sales page is the headline. I cannot stress that enough. Absolutely the most important thing. Then I have some body text here that kind of goes into a little bit more detail. And then I have an enroll now button. I have a video. Video just is, for me, I don't even feel like it's optional anymore. I feel like to really have a high converting funnel, video is so important. I think it's so valuable. One of the things that I could do here is do a sticky float on scroll. I don't have that set up just yet because I have a lot of other stuff on the page. Like I have a chat icon and I also have a lead magnet. So I felt like that might clutter things up too much. So for now, it's just going to be up at the top. It doesn't follow anybody down. Okay. And then I have my countdown timer here. I actually use this. This is just a template from the main template that I used when I started this page. I did tweak it a little bit. It was before it was, this text was on the left side. So I messed around with it just a little bit to make it look the way that I wanted it to. And then I spaced out these elements to make them look good. And then the video is what it is. If I want to, I could also change things, like I could add a background shadow. Actually, I do want to do that. It looks good. Save that. All right. And then I get right into it. So the sales copy takes a while to tweak. I am not going to say that this is the end all be all for sales copy. I'll actually probably hire a professional to go through and review this and tell me what they think and have them tweak it. I think it's important to have a second pair of eyes, but I put the copy in here that I think is most important. And since I know the product the best, and since I know what led me to switch from other funnel builders to ThriveCart and WordPress, I felt like I was the one that was fit to write this out of the gate. People will hire copywriters a lot of the time, and just because they're a professional doesn't mean that they're the best fit to sell your product. If they are not as aware of your audience and their needs, that's kind of a disservice. So what I like to do is always write my own copy first, and then if I want to hire somebody, I do that after and have them tweak things like the flow and edit things to make sure that people keep reading. So throughout the page, I make sure to space elements very liberally. This is not like a nonfiction book where you have to have full paragraphs and sentences need to be perfectly spaced together. The goal is to get readers from here all the way down to here, right? So by whatever means we need to do that. So I liberally use things like icons. I use call out boxes like this. I use images as often as possible. Images, I space things out. Look at all of these are no longer than 2-sentence paragraphs. And that one anyway, some of them are longer, right? So my goal is to make it easy on the eyes, easy to read. Down here, I put why I promote ThriveCart and WordPress to my followers. So easy, it's kind of like bullet points, but these content boxes are just a little bit, I don't know, I like to do bullet points and I like to do these. I feel like it really adds an air of readability to it. I did these little icons. I'm not going to get into too much detail there, but I tried to add icons that were relevant to what was going on just to aid in the experience of reading it, right? Visuals are important, so anytime I can use visuals, I want to do that. So if someone's just scanning here, they'll see things like analytics, A/B, upsell, downsell. So they'll get a pretty good idea from skimming, right? And then I put, is ThriveCart and ThriveCart Mastery right for you? The reason I'm doing that is because I want people to understand before they buy if it's really right for them. Some people might wonder, well, why would you bother, explaining why they wouldn't want it? And the thing is I don't want to sell people who don't want it. And also a lot of people just need to know that it's for them. So this is not just a way to push people away, although that's a fine byproduct. If somebody bought this and they were expecting, that they didn't have to build a front end on WordPress, or they thought it was a get rich scheme, or they sell exclusively physical products. For those people, I don't want them to buy, and they would probably refund anyway. So by doing this, it gives me a chance to really kind of explain why ThriveCart is the best solution. And anyone who reads this that's actually in the market, they won't be turned off by it, right? So that's a win-win. Next, I explain what they get when they enroll. I created this with a tool called Place It. I'll link to that somewhere. It's a cool tool that creates mockups. You can also do these inside of Canva. Pretty simple. So if you sell a course, these are really easy to do. Okay, I use these icons. This is just a different way to kind of explain the big picture of what they're getting. I explain who I am. I like to include a bio so people know who I am. Obviously, I have to lean into the $1 million sales just for credibility. I like that to the left actually. Just for the credibility. I don't want to sound like I'm bragging, but it's important that people know that I actually have used this and know what I'm talking about. You need to have some proof there, right? And then I actually break down into the course modules. If you're doing a course, super valuable. I always found it valuable when I'm buying a course to see what is actually included. So what's cool about Thrive Themes and their built-in Thrive Apprentice is that you can paste the syllabus here basically. So it's really easy. And also if I want, I can change the design. And to do that, I would just go to add and then I'd put lesson list, right? And I just put that over there. Drag it, drop it, pick the course. It gives you a bunch of different style options, right? But that is super easy and it populates it for you. So once you've built the course, if you're doing a course, this goes in there right away and it looks really, really great. As someone who's purchased a lot of courses, this was big for me and I think it really, really helps show people what they're getting. And then I put also other things you're going to get, over a dozen checklists. I made this graphic myself and I did the checklists in Canva. Steal my templates, get real personalized support. So I kind of do that side to side thing. One thing that I did have to get a little creative on was the mobile responsive view. So if I wouldn't have edited things properly, they wouldn't appear in line. So let me show you what I'm talking about. It might not make sense. I'm gonna do another video on the mobile responsive feature, but so for here, if we go to responsive, I show hidden elements. I actually have elements here that are shown that are only on mobile, and these are shown only on desktop. Don't worry too much about that. I would just, if I were you, avoid anything that requires you to mess with responsive. But since I've been using this for a long time, it's something that I am comfortable doing. You don't have to do it by any means. You can use templates and just plug them in here and you'll be good to go. I just like to customize a little bit. One of the perks of having used it for so long is I get to get really, really customized, and you'll get there too the more that you use it. Okay, and then I use these templates for price blocks. And then I put these buttons. The guarantee, this is just a template guarantee, and I customized it. And I always recommend that people have a crazy good money back guarantee. So I did the same one that ThriveCart does, which is 30 days, pays for itself. And then this is the FAQ. I love to have FAQs on my sales page. A lot of the time it'll really push people over the edge to purchase, and it's going to save you a lot of customer support emails because people will have questions, and typically these are the questions that I would get asked via email. And one of my tips is, as you get more questions in the email, go and add them to the FAQ, because if one person had them, then other people will probably have them. Okay. And then I put a PS. This is not standard. Not a lot of people do that, but I like to do it. I feel like they convert pretty well. And I do have down here for people to contact me. I have my email address. And then down here, obviously, I have my privacy cookie policy, terms and conditions, right? And then I double checked the whole website, made sure it looked amazing on all devices, not just on desktop, but also tablet and mobile, right? Actually, one thing I want to do here, now that we're inside, add a little bit of padding there. All right, cool. All right. That is the page. And when we preview it, I do have a couple of things that you'll notice I haven't covered yet. Down here, this is a live chat. I think the live chat is super important. It helps you to answer people's questions as they have them, and it really boosts conversions. I found that's really worth doing if you have somebody that can stand by to actually answer those questions. Okay, and I want to do an incognito window because I want to show you the over here. I have a Thrive lead opt-in because I want to make sure that people who come to the site don't just leave if they don't buy. I want them to at least have the chance to sign up for the email list so that I can retarget them. These are just never fully done, right? You're always going to want to be tweaking your website. So don't feel like you are married to it right out of the gate. If you don't like it, if it's not converting, you can always optimize it, and you always should be optimizing it, right? But this is a good start for me. Happy with it. I've gotten good feedback on it so far. Those are the fundamental elements that I think it's super important for any sales page. Now, the only thing that I don't cover that is so important, but I can't add it yet because I don't have any yet, because this course is literally being made as we speak, is testimonials. You can never have too many testimonials on your sales page. So the first thing that I'm going to do is make sure that the first students give me feedback. And if it's good feedback, I'm going to put it as testimonial. If it's bad feedback, I'm going to fix whatever the bad feedback said to fix. And then I'm going to go back to them and ask them for a testimonial. All right. So that is how that goes, guys. Hopefully that makes sense. Mile high picture kind of what I did on the inside here of my own sales page for ThriveCart Mastery. Okay, now we're going to talk about adding scarcity. It's important that if you do run scarcity, it's ethical scarcity. Don't make fake scarcity. It's very easy to do it ethically and to do it in a way that's actually not going to damage your reputation going forward. So for instance, when I launch a course, I like to do an early bird price because I want to, thank the people that purchased before there was a bunch of testimonials out there or before it was really proven to be really successful. These are the people that I think deserve a discount anyway. Also, it's going to get a lot of people in so I can get more testimonials, and it's going to drive initial conversions. There's so much proof that scarcity works. If you've been in marketing for any amount of time, you've seen that. There's plenty of data that shows that. I shared 3 of my favorite studies down below. You can check those out. But it works. So now I want to show you the tech side of how to do it. So we can add scarcity both inside of WordPress here in Thrive Architect, and we can also add it inside of ThriveCart. So I'm going to show you how to do both of those. So first, this was just the template that came with it. But if I want to add a countdown, I do it over here. I'd come down, search elements, countdown, and then you have a number of countdowns. You have regular countdown and evergreen countdown. I recommend that you only do regular countdowns. Evergreen countdowns, I think, are a little bit gimmicky. Basically, they just restart. And I don't think that in most cases, those are ethical. So for example, if I put this down here, I would have the option, I choose from one of these templates, let's choose just a basic one. I could then set the time to expire after a certain, like I could set it so that it would be 5 days. And then after that, it would either start again or it would just end. If you have it just ending, there's no reason that you'd use evergreen. You would just use a regular one. Okay. And also if I want to edit to the design, I can do that very easily. If I want to hide the seconds, I like to keep the seconds because it just actually adds to the scarcity impact because you can literally see time slipping away. And you can edit everything else just like you would inside of Thrive Architect. But that's how you would add one if your template doesn't already have one. So for now, I'm going to delete that. And we're going to use this one, which is just a basic countdown timer. It's not set to restart. When it ends, it'll show 0. And then I'll come in here and I'll change the page. I'll come in and I'll edit the pricing and all that stuff, whatever the changes are that I'm going to do here. So essentially, you could either make your scarcity be this is closing at a certain point or the price is increasing at a certain point. Either of those work fine. Again, just make sure that you have a legitimate reason for doing it, but you can always have a legitimate, fair way to do one. All right. So what I would do to change the time here, I would just come up, I'd click on it and I'd come to date and I would just select my ending date and then just make sure that you're aware of the time zone. So this time zone is UTC. So set it accordingly. I like to set it so that everyone, since I'm based in the United States, I like to set it so that everyone is able to access it. So I usually do it 3 hours past midnight. So midnight PST time, but you can do it whatever you want. Just make sure it's accurate and that it matches in ThriveCart. And I'll show you how to add it in ThriveCart in just a second. If I want, I could do inherit smart colors, but this one is actually already on that. So we don't have to do anything with that. I can change the tile size. I don't want to do that. I like the way it looked. And if I want to do anything else, I can mess with it just like I can with any Thrive Architect element. So for now, I'm going to leave that there, save that. And that is how we add it on the front end. So when it runs out, it's just going to show 0, right? And I'll have to remember to come in here and change everything up once it happens. All right. So that's how you do it on the front end. Very easy. Next, I'm going to show you how to do it inside of ThriveCart and the different options that you have. So we're going to come into the checkout area and we're going to go to design, launch the editor again, just like before. And up here at the top, there is a countdown. To get that to appear, if it doesn't appear by default with the template you're using, you just come down here to countdown timer, drag it and drop it. Make sure you don't have 2. That will raise all types of hell. Definitely don't do that. All right. But once you have one set up, if you click on it, we can do all types of things. We can change the color, which I already have, to match my theme. I can change the text. I can change the text type. And then down here is the most important part. I can set it when it's supposed to end. So like I said, I want to make sure that matches this one here. And it does. This one's not counting down, so it's not exact on the minutes, but when I preview it live, it should be. Let's double check that. 29, 28. Yep, perfectly in sync. See, now that I'm clicking on it, it's not going to count. All right. So now we have a couple of other options. We need to decide what we do once the timer expires. So if I want to send them to another page, which is what I would usually want to do if I want to make sure that I actually make sales, for the purpose of brevity, I'm not going to do that just yet. But what I could do is take them to another page, and I'd put a URL here, and it would basically direct them to the new, either to the new checkout page that I've created, or to the new sales page that explains the new price, right? Because I don't want them to purchase. I don't want them to come here and think that they're getting that price, because some people might still have the old link, or you might have sent an email that said this is where you get it. Once it's expired, it's expired. Just make sure that you share that inside of your marketing information. Let them know exactly when it's expiring. And if it's expired, nobody could be upset because you had fair warning. So right now I have it set so that when it expires, it's going to show this, sorry, the early bird pricing is expired. You can get the regular access here. And then I would put the new link to full price. So you can do that. It's not going to look as good. It's just going to be a very basic text, pretty much nothing on the page, but it does enough. And you can also just, like I said, put your links inside of there. You can't make them hyperlinks, but you just paste the URL right there. It's a little bit janky compared to having a direct link to a new URL. You could also, if you really want to clean it up, you could make a new page on your website that says, sorry, you missed the early bird price. You can still access for the new price, just click here. So kind of make a middle page in there that bridges them into the new price. That would be the more professional way to do it. And that's actually what I'm probably going to do after this video. I'm going to make a better looking version of it. Okay. But just know that once you set this timer up here, this whole page is going to disappear after you get to 0. Right? So always make sure that your timer is set correctly, and always make sure that it's not set to end too early or too late, because people get mad if you do either of those things. And it's really tacky to say, hey, whoops, we forgot to close the cart. So everyone can still buy, or hey, wait, we've closed the cart too early, so now everybody can still buy. It's a tactic that people use, and it works, but it hurts your reputation in the long run. So I recommend avoiding that. One last thing I want to show you is, since I do recommend ConvertKit, one of the things that I love about ConvertKit is that I'm able to add timers into my emails. So let me show you. I'll show you one I actually just recently sent that did really, really well. This email right here, 54321. Coming to the content, you can actually see there was a timer here, and now that it's closed, right? So let's go ahead and just duplicate this. I just want to show you how it works. It's basically, I can come in and click on this timer, and let's change it to a future date, like November 1st, 3 a.m. Okay, and now we have a new timer there. And you can add those very easily inside of ConvertKit. You just come down here, go to countdown timer, set that all up, put the URL for your sales page, and then something to put here when the timer ends, and you can choose different styles. Very, very cool. One of the reasons I absolutely love ConvertKit. I used to have to do that manually with another website. Actually created my own tool to do it, and then they made it native. So that's super, super cool. Okay, so that is everything you need to know about adding scarcity. If you have any questions, as always, leave them down in the comments, and I will see you in the next video. Okay, so to help you better understand Thrive Architect and Thrive themes, I'm going to go through some of the most common questions, the things that are giving people problems. These are the things that I had problems with. And keep in mind, I've been using Thrive themes for years now, so it seems very second nature to me, but I know that to someone who's just getting started, things might seem a little bit finicky. My number one tip is to go through the theme builder, which we demoed in the other video. Get that set correctly so your colors and fonts are all set up the way you want them, and then stick with the templates. Try to not deviate too much from the templates. You can add as much as you want, and you can always edit these pages later. But at first, when you're working on them, if you try to do too much, you can end up creating something kind of wonky. And what I've found is typically someone who doesn't have design experience that tries to do their own thing and tries to paint outside the lines too much ends up with a product page that is not as good as if they just stuck with the template. So that's my biggest tip, is to try to stay within the confines of the template. That being said, you're entrepreneurs, you're probably creative folks. You don't want to always stick perfectly within the template. So I want to explain some of the things that are going to cause you some headaches and hopefully prevent that before it happens. You don't have to watch like an hour-long video that goes over every single issue. I'm going to break them down into their own unique videos. And I'm going to share those in the next sequence of videos to come. So I will see you there. If you already understand how to do something, you don't have to watch the video, but you might want to reference these if you have a specific issue. I am going to cover the common issues that I know most of you will probably come across, especially if you don't have any experience with CSS, HTML stuff from the past. But I will see you there in the next videos. Okay, this is Thrive Architect common issue number 1, and that issue is dealing with mobile responsive viewing. This is so important because over half of your traffic and sales are going to come from mobile devices. So if your mobile isn't right, your whole funnel is going to be out of whack. So one of the great features of Thrive Architect is that down here in the bottom, right here in the middle, we can actually see how our funnel looks on mobile devices such as the tablet or smartphone. And we need to always, always, always check it, because what looks good on desktop might look totally whack on mobile, okay? And there's a couple of little tricks that we need to know to make sure that everything works the way we want it to work. Okay, so before you ever share anything, and I do this as I edit, this is my tip. As you edit, once you make a change, immediately go over to the mobile area and make sure that it looks the way you want it to look. Okay? So for example, if I want to change something here, I'm going to go through the entire page. I'm looking for anything that looks out of whack, anything that looks funky. Okay? I like this padding, it's fine. Everything looks fine. I don't love this. Notice how close these are to the edges. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on that element. I'm going to go to layout and position, and I'm going to add a little bit here to the left. And I'm going to add a little bit here to the right. So now it's nice and there's a little bit of space from the edges. And I'm going to save. And since that was a change inside here to the padding, it's not going to impact anything else on the other devices. So I can make changes to padding issues and they're not going to mess with the design on the other elements. So for example, if I make an edit to the layout here, like I just did, it's not going to change the way that the layout looks on tablet. If I change anything on desktop, vice versa, right? So by default, Thrive Architect is going to do its best to make everything mobile friendly and look good. And most elements will look good, but you always have to check. And sometimes you'll have to do something creative, which is changing the display. So sometimes you'll have to actually hide certain elements on mobile just because they don't look right. So let me give you an example. Let's say that for some reason, let's say that this video looks totally whack when I use mobile. Okay. So I would come into desktop. I would click on that element. I would come down here to responsive, and then I could hide it. And actually what I've done is I've already hidden it, but I didn't want to remove it entirely. So what I actually did was created an entirely new video that is just for mobile. So this is going to be a little confusing. Bear with me. This is kind of a next level trick. But essentially, what was happening was if I put the video here, it was coming after all of this stuff on mobile. When you look at it at desktop, you can see it front and center. But when I had it on mobile, so let me change the display here just to show you what I was talking about. When I had it on mobile, it was looking like this. It was putting it down here at the bottom, and that's no good. So what I had to do was I had to clone this and then create a variation of it that was only visible on mobile. And then I made this one visible only on tablet and desktop. So to see which elements I've done that with, you have to come to show all hidden elements. And then if you click on this, you'll see that it's only available on mobile. This can be confusing. It takes some practice. And again, if you're in that 30-day window, hit me up in the email and I will check this out for you. But if you ever want to see any hidden elements that you might have, you just toggle this on and it will show all of the hidden elements. Okay. And then if I feel like the sales page is too long-winded, I can change that and just hide certain elements. Because sometimes on mobile, you don't want it to be super long, super scrolly, right? All right, but let's say that I'm up here and I don't like the size of this font on mobile. I can change that, but look, it didn't change the font anywhere else. Likewise, if I don't like the font here on tablet, I can blow that up to a crazy amount and it's not going to change it anywhere else. I don't want it to be that big. So things like attributes like size and padding and margins, those don't change. But if I change something like words, typo, that will change across. So I can change the styling, but if I change the actual words, or like if I change this video, those will show up, right? So be careful with that. Know the difference. It does take some practice. I appreciate that this can be confusing. So my rule of thumb is to do responsive elements as minimally as possible because it is kind of a next level thing. But if you have to do it slow, take your time, and make sure that you're checking it on mobile and desktop. And also, these are great, but I do highly recommend you actually open them up on a real tablet and a real smartphone just to make sure that you got it right. Okay, so that is common issue number one, and that is responsive viewing. If you use a template, and one of my big tips is to stick with the template as much as possible, it will look pretty good out of the gate. Most of those are built to look pretty good. When you start doing things like this where you have multiple columns inside of blocks, then you might have to start getting a little bit clever with the responsive view. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. Again, don't worry if you feel a little overwhelmed. It is a little bit difficult, but you'll figure it out. And if you have questions, ask the group or ask me directly. All right, I will see you in the next video where we'll talk about common problem number 2, padding and margin errors. Okay, common issue with Thrive Architect number 2, that is padding and margins. So this is basically the spacing of elements on your website. This can be tricky, especially if you have no previous experience building websites. If you have some experience with CSS and HTML coding, you'll find this pretty easy. But if you're relatively new, it can be a little bit weird at first, right? So let me show you what I'm talking about. We have 2 different elements that we can control. That is padding, which is the space on the inside of an element. So let's say that I change this to 20. It's going to push everything inside of this column inward by 20 pixels. So by default, those are pixels, right? And then we have margins, which is going to change the space relative to other elements. So if I add margin to the top, it's going to take it further away from the top, right? So that seems relatively straightforward, but as you start messing with it, you might have issues. So for example, let's say that I want to move this, even though the spacing, I have the spacing here where I want it. Let's say I want to move this, so I click on the text element and I'm trying to move it away from the enroll button. So what I do is I try to go like this and it's like, oh wait, whoops, what happened? Notice that it took it all the way down, but it didn't space it away entirely. It spaced it from the top element here. But that's not what I wanted. What I wanted was to space it from here. So what I need to understand is the breakdown of columns and blocks. Up here on the top left, we'll have these other options. So you'll see column, column, content box, column, column, block. So inside of just this block, there's a lot of little elements, right? And when we click on a smaller element, we see all of the bigger elements that are involved. So this right here is part of a bigger content box, which is this whole area. So if I want to move all of that further away from the enroll button, I need to make sure that I've selected content box. And then I have to use margins here. Okay, so now I can move it up and down, right? But I was happy with where it was at. And we can do the same thing left or right. Let's say that I want to make this video further away from this. I could add margin there. And you can do negative margin, but that is when you start getting into dangerous territory because that's going to overlap on the other elements. So if it's negative, it's going to start spilling over. So just like I said with the other video about making changes to the responsive view, if you stick with the elements that are in the template and you just kind of treat them as placeholders and fill in your own text and just are careful with adding or removing too much, you should be fine. You won't have to do a ton of changes. But the biggest thing to understand is just the difference between padding and margin, right? So margin is going to push you further away from other elements, while padding is going to move you inside of that current element. take some practice. Let's do it again here with this one. So we've got this text element. Let's say that I want to move it closer. There is one more thing that throws a little bit of a wrench into it, and that is font spacing, line spacing. So this is unique to text elements. You might say, well, I've got my padding set up here where everything's fine. It's 40 and 20 and it looks centered, but why is there so much space here? That is a result of line spacing. So if I wanted to remove that, I'd have to click on the text and then scroll this up, right? And then I'd have to come into the content box, and now before I had 40 and 40 or 40 and 20, now I have 40 and 40, and now it's perfectly centered. Okay. So there's just a few things like that you need to be aware of, and we can add spacing and padding to any element that we add. Some elements are going to come in when you paste them with different padding. So for example, let's say that if I throw in some text here, it's going to come in with this weird, that padding. So what I recommend is if you want to add a bunch of text, keep it in that same text box. Or if you want to copy it, you can copy it and you'll keep the same padding. So that's kind of a way to avoid needing to space out a whole bunch of things, especially if you're doing long blocks of text, right? And again, let's say that I want to edit with this list item. I'm clicking on inline text. So right now it's selected this one spot. So if I move that, it's going to move all of the inline text. But if I want to move the entire list item, I'd have to step back, select that, and now I can move the whole list item. Does that make sense? If it doesn't, let me know. Hit me up in the comments. So we can do this with any element. You'll have some templates that have funky padding and margins, like some will have negative margins and all that stuff. But again, those are actually set correctly because they were done in the templates. The templates are pretty perfect in terms of those things like spacing and attributes. So keep those if you can, but the more you start to customize things, the more you have to be careful. Also, you'll have alignment. It's much better to do alignment with the left, right, center than it is to try and space it out yourself, because that gets sloppy, and the center alignment, that is always perfect, right? And then we can adjust the content width. So like right here, I can set it to match the height of the screen, which is going to be crazy. I'd never do that. But I can also do content minimum height, so I can make it longer. I just recommend that when you're doing something like this, just be sure to copy it, clone it instead of trying to create it from scratch each time. Okay. I can adjust the width, which is something I don't recommend you do too much. But if I wanted to do that, I would just have to turn off inherit width from landing page. I recommend sticking with the inherit width most of the time though, because what you don't want is to have elements that are all over the place. Like I have some that are a little bit too wide, but I'm okay with it. You don't want to have things that are like spilling over here. On my front, that's kind of what's happening, but I like that because I want people to really read this. So I kind of like that it takes up a little bit more space than what's down here. But for the most part, as long as you stick to using that width, you'll be fine. And you can edit, like I said, the layout, the padding and margin on anything. So I can click this entire block, come to layout, and I can edit it. Also, you can change the measurements. So I'm doing pixels now, but I could also do it in percentages. Okay. You can do a lot of different things. As always, try to stick with the templates. And as you learn more and more about it, you can start to get a little bit more clever and just do the work, put in the time, always check it, have someone else check it for you. And then be sure, just like we discussed in the last video, to always check that everything is padded correctly on mobile and desktop and tablet. Okay. All right. Again, if you have any questions, let me know down in the comments. See you in the next video. Okay. Common Thrive Architect issue number 3. This is understanding the difference between Thrive Architect and the Thrive Theme Builder. Since we're currently just working on the active homepage, this isn't that big of a deal. But once you start to add other pages, and if you add a blog and other different things inside of your website, this is going to come up and you're going to be a little bit confused at first. So I'm going to explain what I'm talking about. So with Thrive themes, we have two separate things. We have the theme builder, which controls all of the design across the website and the templates. And then we have the Thrive Architect, which controls the content of each specific page. Okay? So what I mean by that, here on the default post, so with ThriveCart Mastery, I haven't set up a blog or anything yet, but this is just going to be the default post that's going to show up here. It's going to have elements that are fixed, right? So all of this stuff up here, this is fixed. This part right here where it says post content, this is the stuff where I actually would put like the blog post content, okay? So if I wanted to, I could change the look of all of my posts just by editing this template. So for example, let's say that I just want to, just something ridiculous. Let's say that I want to hide the header or hide the top part. I can do that. Let's say that I want to change the image here. I could change it so that it is picture of me. Whatever I want to do, I can change that here. If I want to remove these, I can remove those, and then it's going to change across all of my posts. Okay? But when you're actually writing a post, what you're going to notice is you can't edit certain things. You can only edit the stuff that is in here, right? But like, let's say that I'm clicking on this, I'm trying to get that to change, and I can't do that. And that's because I would have to go to edit current template. So you have the basic Thrive architect area, and then you have the templates. So if I wanted to change the design of the template, the stuff outside of the content, I would have to click that little button there, and it's going to take me to this page. And now I can do this, choose ready-made designs, just call something random. So I just want to look like this, something crazy. And I save it. Okay, and then when I go back to Thrive Architect, and I go to actually write the post, now all of those pages that use this template, or I'm sorry, all of those posts that use this template will look like that. In Thrive Architect, I can actually create content, right? This is where I can create. So I can create content here, but I cannot mess with anything outside of here unless I'm using the Thrive template editor right here in the Thrive theme builder. So let me show you this on one of my other websites to make it make a little bit more sense. Let's go to edit with Thrive Architect. Also, one thing to know, when you come to the regular edit button, it's going to take you to the default WordPress editor, which is not what we use. This is what we use for setting things like the slug and SEO data and all of that stuff. We're not going to get too much into that because this program is about sales funnels and creating your front end pages. But if you are doing a blog, you would need to understand the difference between the WordPress editor, which is right here, and Thrive Architect, which is here. Okay. So as you see here, this is me editing a post. I can edit this stuff, but what I cannot do is I can't edit the way this looks. I can't edit the way this looks. If I wanted to do that, I would have to click on the template editor, and then I could edit that template. These changes will be site-wide, so you have to be super, super careful. And when you're creating a post, you can also choose templates. So you can create multiple templates if you want. And you can do this also with pages. So it's the same thing. Now, if you're just doing the stuff that I've shown in the course, this isn't going to matter too much. But as you start to expand into creating other types of pages and posts, it will make a difference. So like if I wanted to, I can come to post template and I can set different types of templates. And then if I want to edit those, I have to edit them on the template by template basis. So if I wanted to change this, it would change all of the posts that have this same template. Does that make sense? All right, so that is the big difference between Thrive Architect and the Thrive Theme Builder and templates. Hopefully that makes sense. I will see you in the next video. Okay, let's cover 10 Thrive Themes design tips that are going to make your life much easier. You'll have a better looking design, and you'll do it in less time with less headache if you follow these simple tips, okay? So number one, I've said it several times now, stick within the templates. Also, if you create something that you want to use again on multiple pages, create your own templates. So if you click on an element and click on save, you can save an element for later use, put demo timer, save as new template. And then if I want to use it again later, I just come into templates. And boom, there it is. Okay. Pretty cool. Use the pre-built landers and stick within them. You can edit them as much as you want, but you definitely want to try to live within those if you can. The more you remove and the more you add, the harder it's going to get. So when you're relatively new to it, I recommend you stick within these templates. They're built to convert. I mean, these are not overused templates like you'd get from other services like ClickFunnels, where everyone has the exact same looking funnel. These are pretty unique. Not a lot of people are using them. This is a very new template library that they've just started using at Thrive Themes. So these have not been played out by any means yet. I recommend that you stick within those. It's going to make your life as easy as possible when it comes to designing your pages, okay? Next, instead of creating new elements, I recommend that you clone existing ones. This is going to save you a lot of time. It's going to help you create or keep the same style and formatting and all that stuff. So for example, let's say that I wanted to add another button here. I would just click the clone button, right? The last thing I'd want to do would be come down here and try to create my own from scratch. Or let's say that I want to just create another template that looks like this one. I do the same thing. I would just come over here and I click clone. And if I wanted to switch sides, I can still do all that stuff. But definitely get in the habit of cloning versus starting from scratch every time. It's going to save you a ton of time. Next, make global changes with the Thrive Themes Builder. So we already covered how to set up the Thrive Theme Builder, but if you want to make additional changes, like if you want to change the font, do that in here. Come and make sure that you do it on a site-wide basis. If you just make the changes on specific pages, they're not going to follow you everywhere. So if you want to make changes, you would do those in here. Like to the typography, come in here and I'd click edit. And let's say that I wanted to change the default font, I could do that here. Or if I wanted to change the line spacing, which is sometimes an annoying issue people have, I could do that here. And I'd save it, right? I can make other changes too. Like if I wanted to change my brand colors, I could do that. Come here to brand color. And I'd change that here. You don't want to be doing too much editing on each specific page. You want to do it at the theme builder level as often as possible. Okay. Tip number 4, less is more. Avoid trying to do too much. Like I said, the more that you add and delete and try to tweak, typically if you're new, the worse it's going to look. I found that the more that I always tried to do early on, the weirder it looked. The further I deviated from the template, the worse it looked. Now, since I've been using this for years, I can do that and it still looks good. But new builders, you should be careful. Try to keep a less is more approach. Also, be careful with heavy things like heavy videos in the background, stuff like that. You still want your page to be quick, so don't try to do too much in terms of design and in terms of the elements that you decide to use on the pages. Next, save work after every edit you make. Get in the habit of clicking that save button, mostly because if you make an error, you're going to want to go back. A lot of the times I'll make an error and Thrive Themes can be weird and it doesn't let you go back all the time, so I'll just refresh the page. And as long as I saved at a decently close point, I'll be fine, right? So always have that as your backup. Even though they do have this backtrack button, it is a little bit glitchy for some reason. I don't know why, but the back button is a little bit glitchy. So always be saving and only save after you're sure you like the work. So if we want to check something on mobile first, do that and then save. Which brings me to tablet and mobile. Always check tablet and mobile before publishing. And every time that you add a new element, check it on tablet and mobile right away. That will let you know before everything's over how it's going to look. So that way when you publish it, you don't have a whole bunch of changes to make. So if you add an element, after you add it, go tweak it on mobile or desktop, make sure it looks good, and you're good to go. Tip number 7, use Thrive Themes support liberally. They have a pretty solid support team over at Thrive Themes, and they're relatively quick with getting back to you. And one of the beautiful things is that they can actually log in to your account inside of WordPress, and they can log in here and I can create credentials for them, and then they can access my site and fix things. So even though I've covered most of how to do everything in Thrive Themes, you're still gonna have glitches. I have glitches all the time. Just random things will come up, like you might have a cache issue that causes something to act funky. I message Thrive Themes support all the time. Sometimes it's something that they can quickly tell me what I'm doing wrong. Other times it's just a legitimate bug that they fix for me pretty quickly. Okay, but they do have a very good support network, and they also have a pretty deep database of past support knowledge base type stuff in there, right? So start a new conversation, Very easy to do, but use that liberally. Next, avoid heavy plugins that impact the CSS. So CSS is a design heavy element. When you have plugins that do things like minify CSS or do anything that changes the script, typically to speed it up, you might have some issues. So be careful with that. And if you do have new plugins and things start to look weird, contact Thrive Team support. Usually the issue is just that they have to delete the plugin and clear the cache and you're good to go. Number 9, ask for feedback. Ask people that you trust. Say, hey, how does my site look? Would you buy this? Do you understand what I'm selling quickly? Does the design destroy you? Do you hate the design? Or just ask them for honest feedback and don't be shy. Post it on your page and say, hey, roast my page. And you'll pay off. It'll pay off in the long run. You'll be happy you did. Just get constructive feedback. Number 10, use fewer colors and fonts. Again, less is more, but especially when it comes to colors and fonts. You don't want to have a million different types of fonts. You should try to find one good font pairing, something that looks good with headings and with body text. Something like Montserrat Bold and regular Montserrat is a nice pairing that you can get, but also the font pairings that you get within the templates are ready to go. Notice the recurring theme here that the templates, stick with the templates, guys. Your life will be so much easier if you do. Okay. All right. Those are 10 Thrive Themes design tips that will help you save time and get more done more quickly. Okay. So this is the mile high, mildly confusing overview of what goes on behind a truly successful funnel. There's some things that will change and a couple of things that I haven't added in here that I'll explain, but adding them would have made this almost impossible to really understand. So I'll go through each of those as we go through the sheet here. So let's start here. The two big things you're going to notice, WordPress and ThriveCart. That is going to be the front end is a WordPress, and then ThriveCart is where they actually purchase or start to purchase. And then here at the end, we have the actual conversion, just a placeholder value there, $6.97. Okay, so the first thing that we need to understand and have in place before we start driving any traffic is the basic retargeting and tracking information. So that includes Google Analytics, Facebook Pixel. I use ClickMagick for a few things. You can ignore that. It's kind of a next level thing that is really not necessary. It's something you might want to consider using as you scale, but basically it's a way to track links that people click on and retarget them a little bit differently. Don't worry too much about that one for now, but I had to include it. And then Google Tag Manager, which is going to actually be what we use to integrate Facebook and Google Analytics, like we just said. That has gotten different over the years, so don't let that confuse you. Just understand that we're retargeting all the visits so that we know how to send them traffic again. Now, over time, we're going in the direction of less and less ability to actually retarget people, to actually cookie people and get good information. As it stands right now, we still have it and we can still do it. So at the time of this video, this is all still working and it will be a thing for the foreseeable future, but we are always kind of leaning towards more privacy and less cooking and retargeting. Okay, once we have that set up, keep in mind, I have that on the front end, but it is also going over into ThriveCart. So when we set that up, it's going to go across the entire domain. It's going to go across into the ThriveCart checkout pages as well. Okay. So those are all connected. Every page on the site, every part of the funnel is tracked. Everything is in there so that we can retarget and we can also track conversions. So if you look over here to the right, we have conversion tracking set up. That's going to be mildly different. So we'll have tracking for Google Ads. We'll have tracking for just basic conversions. Any of the other conversion tracking tools that we want to use, those will be in there as well. Okay. Next, let's talk about the traffic, how we're actually driving traffic to our website. So first, we've got paid ads. Those are going to be the big ones for me. If you're only going to do two, it would be Google Ads, which will be search terms, right? So I would run things like learn ThriveCart or ThriveCart tips, blah, blah, blah. I would try to target those sorts of terms. And those are my absolute favorite because they have such high intent, high buyer intent. When you use other types of marketing and paid ads like Facebook and Instagram, your targeting is a little bit more limited. And I find that the true value from those platforms actually comes from retargeting the quality traffic that I have rather than running cold traffic. So for Instagram or Facebook, I would run things like a retargeting, or I would run things like a cold campaign to people who liked the ThriveCart page and stuff like that, right? Or people who are in more broad entrepreneur or sales funnel building groups. But with Google Ads, that is my bread and butter because I can target those very specific people. It won't be as many people, but it will be higher quality traffic. Like people who are looking for, like if somebody types in ThriveCart course, I'll show up for that. And that will have a very high buyer intent. So it's very solid. All right. And then any other paid network that you want to use, that would fall into here. I didn't include absolutely everything. I include the big ones that I like, which are YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Google Ads, obviously, Pinterest, and LinkedIn. Those are the big ones for me. Also Twitter. I didn't include Twitter right there just yet because I don't run as many ads there as I used to, but Twitter is still very good too. Below paid ads, we have our affiliates, and I don't know if you've picked up on it yet, but I am all into the affiliate program. I think it is the absolute best source of referral traffic, and even better than paid ads. It's easier than organic, and it converts better than organic. It's just the absolute best. So a big portion of our traffic is going to be coming from affiliates, and then everything else will be coming from organic. That could be organic in SEO, like in search engines, or it could just be organic, like traffic that we've earned throughout our social media pages, through our own followings and our own content. Okay. Next, when traffic gets to the page, they are going to be shown a lead magnet that will come through Thrive Leads. On my page, this pops up in the bottom left corner, and it offers them my $1 million ThriveCart tips, right? And then when they get into there, it's going to send them into ConvertKit, which is going to send them into an automated sequence that will send them a sequence of emails that will lead them, hopefully, to purchase the product. It's going to deliver the lead magnet, obviously, in the first email, and that's going to provide some value and some information that's going to lead, hopefully, them back to a sale. And if they don't buy, we'll keep them in the list and retarget them later and send them our typical traffic until they unsubscribe or go cold. Next, we get traffic to actually get into ThriveCart, and then we're going to start tracking conversions. Remember, I said we're tracking and retargeting everything. So when somebody moves into different steps of the funnel, we will be able to see that, and we can retarget people based off of specific steps that they left at. So I could run ads just to abandoned cart visitors. And then we also have our conversion tracking pixels that are going to be starting to fire here on the ThriveCart pages. So those will be, again, done with Tag Manager or the Facebook pixel, enhanced e-commerce. There's various ways to do this, but the bottom line is that we're going to be tracking all of the conversions and see the entire amount of revenue that comes through when somebody purchases. If they do not purchase, but they provide an email, we call that an abandoned cart. We then send them an abandoned cart sequence, and I actually have provided that for you, the one that I use if you use ConvertKit, and I've also provided the text if you want to copy it for another autoresponder. And then those hopefully send them back to finish the purchase. At the time that a purchase is made, again, we have conversion tracking going one more time, and we will be able to then send them into ConvertKit or our autoresponder, and then send them to a purchase sequence, which is going to reduce refunds, ensure that they get the most out of their product, and really utilize it. Okay? A couple of things that I don't cover in this graphic: the difference between cold ads and retargeting ads. I don't want to show them the exact same ad, right? So if somebody comes from paid traffic and then I send them, they don't buy, so I add them to a retargeting bucket. I show them one ad, then I'll show them another ad. I'd change that up, right? Also, things to know: affiliates are going to be tagged in here. So if I run retargeting ads to them, they do get paid. So that is something you should tell your affiliates. Hey, we run ads and you win when we do that. So send us traffic. Even if they don't convert, let us try to convert them for you. And that's basically it. Okay. So there's various things that we do, but this is the big picture of what happens inside of a really solid funnel. Now, most funnels are not doing all of this. Most funnels are only doing a couple of things. You know, like I've ran funnels where I've only had the affiliate program and then my own traffic. I was lazy. But as you start to really optimize one funnel, you want to do all of this. You want to run the paid ads. You want to have the retargeting set up. You need the conversion tracking set up so you can see what's working and what's not. Like, let's say that I'm running traffic through Google and Facebook. I'm getting all these sales, but without tracking, I don't know which is doing it. Let's say that Google's sending 95% of the traffic and I'm not maximizing my ad spend there. I could be spending more. Whereas Facebook, I'm spending the same amount of money, but it's only making 5% of the conversions. Or let's say that all of my conversions are coming from the retargeting. I could then slow down my cold traffic on Facebook and try to send more via the retargeting or go longer on my retargeting frequencies. There's a lot of things that we can do, and the more data we have, the better. Keep in mind, guys, I do highly recommend, if you're looking at this, you might feel overwhelmed, and it is overwhelming. But remember, once you have it set up, you have it set up, right? Then you get to the part where you're optimizing. Take it slow, but I highly recommend that you do outsource as much of this as possible. Hire experts. If you have the cash, do it. And it doesn't have to be super, super expensive. If someone is good at ads and you have a high converting funnel, you can easily justify the expense of hiring someone to do it for you. Okay. And I highly recommend you do that, especially this nerdy retargeting and conversion stuff. You don't need to do that on your own. Really, the bare minimum that you need to do is create the accounts and then just hand them off to somebody who knows what they're doing, right? Somebody reliable that you can come back to after. And in the course, I do share various people that I recommend you hire for that if you're in the market. If not, you can do it yourself. It's just a lot of work and it's tedious. And even for me, I know how to do it, but I just don't like to do it. And these platforms change so much. If you haven't done Facebook ads in like 2 years, it's different now. If you haven't done Google ads in 2 years, it's different now. It's different if you did it 90 days ago. It changes so much. So I like to hire people who are experts at it and to do it full time. You don't need to do it full time, and you can focus on the product if you outsource. All right, guys. So that is it. The Mile High overview of tracking and paid ads funnel flows. All right. I will see you in the next video. One feature that I absolutely love, and I utilize it as much as possible, is the ad tracking ID. So this is going to let us see different information about which links were clicked so we can see which ones got the conversions. So for example, let's say that I want to have, we'll call this abandoned cart. Get my code. I'm going to copy that. And now I'm going to put that into my abandoned cart sequence. So whenever anybody purchases through that, I can actually see. So let's go ahead and I'll show you an example. When purchases are made, these are the codes here from the tracking ID. So I've got pricing table. So I can see if somebody purchased when it was at the pricing table because I put that tracking link on the website on the pricing table. I can see if they're from the header. I can see if they're from the exit intent pop-up. Anything that I can track, I'm going to do that. So every single link on my sales page that goes to the checkout, I want to have a unique tracking ID for that so I can quantify and really see what's happening on the page, what people are seeing before they buy, so I can optimize those things. So let's go into the ThriveCart Mastery page and I'll show you how I add those. Okay, so here we are in WordPress. So this button is actually an anchor button. So when you click on it, let's go ahead and preview so I can demo what's happening here. So for now, when you click on it, and I might change this when I split test, it just drives you right down here to the link that takes you to the checkout, right? So the page isn't done. So I have multiple links that I'm going to add. But for now, let's just do the basic one, which is going to be this Enroll Now button. So inside of ThriveCart, let's go ahead and add tracking ID. And I'll call this one Pricing Table. Let's just call it, let's call it Pricing Table. I'll get my code. And now it's the same thing, except for at the end, it has this ref equals pricing table. So when someone buys, the last link that they clicked before they got to the checkout was that, it'll show me. Okay. So now let's go here. We're going to come on down to the button. I'm going to click Enroll Now. I'm going to paste that. Okay. I'm going to have it open in a new tab. Right. And I'm going to have other links. Like I'm going to add a pop-up, an exit intent pop-up. Let's add one more link down here. I'm going to call this the PPS link. So let's come back to ThriveCart. And don't worry, after you close those, you don't have to save or anything. So let's call this PPS. Get my code. Come to the page. Right? Okay, so when someone clicks on that link, let's go ahead and do a preview so we can actually see if those are working. Let's go click down here, and now watch up here in the search bar. When I click on that, it says ref pricing. It quickly disappears, but we can see that it did in fact work. So now if I purchase, it's going to show up. There's many different ways we can utilize these tracking IDs. So check out the content down below this video in the description. So that is tracking IDs. If you have any questions, as always, ask them down below. Okay, so now we need to go into Google Analytics. If you don't already have an account, set one up. It's really easy. But once you create one, you'll see a basic page here. So this is for my main. I have a bunch of different websites here, but I need to create a new one for ThriveCart Mastery. So I'm going to come down here to this admin area. I'm going to come to create property. I'm going to call it ThriveCart Mastery. And I want a universal analytics property. They've switched recently to Google Analytics 4, and that's mostly to help with app data, but I want to use a universal analytics, okay? So I'm gonna do ThriveCartMastery.com. And if I want, I can create both. So I'm just gonna do that. I'm gonna keep that toggled on. There's no harm in that. Do small, business size, measures engagement, optimizes experience, increase my conversions, measure content monetization, analyze my online sales. I'm not measuring any app installs, measure lead generation. So pretty much check everything except for that one. Okay, now I have a measurement ID and all of this good stuff here. So let me what I need to do now is get my tracking code. I'm going to move over into Google Analytics or to Google Tag Manager. I'm going to create a Tag Manager account, and we'll come back to this. Actually, for now, let's go in here really quick to go back. And now let's see this new property that we have, UA. And then we're going to come down here to tracking info, tracking code, and we're going to want to copy this. Okay, then we're going to install Google Analytics. So now I need to open up Tag Manager. And I'm going to basically do the same thing. I'm going to come to admin. Click this little plus icon to create a new container. ThriveCart Mastery. Web. Create. Paste this code as high in the head of the page as possible. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to come into ThriveCart Mastery. I'm going to come to the Thrive dashboard, and I'm going to go into Analytics and Scripts. I'm going to click Add New. I'm going to paste that script. Google Tag Manager, before head, insert on Thrive themes and Thrive landing pages. Continue. And then the after body tags. Copy that. Paste that. By default, it moved that to in the head. All right. And now we are good. So now I'm going to come back to Tag Manager. Okay. Submit. Just make some changes here. You don't really have to do anything here. This is for your own record. All right. And then I want to open up ThriveCartMastery.com. I want to come on to this free Chrome extension called Google Tag Assistant. All right, I'm going to click enable for it to track. And by clicking here, it's going to show me that Google Tag Manager is now installed. Okay, and that is my property. So we're good to go there. Now I need to add a Google Tag Manager action that's going to fire the universal analytics across the website. Okay, this is going to seem a little bit more complicated. If you've never used Tag Manager, you could traditionally just paste the analytics code into the website and you'd be done with it. But Tag Manager is really powerful and we need to make sure that we're using that for everything. So what we're going to do, now we have our account, let's go to Workspace and I'm going to come to add a new tag. I'm going to call this UA All Pages. UA stands for Universal Analytics. Universal Analytics, Page View, Advanced Setting. I'll leave that for now. New variable, Google Analytics settings. Now we come back to that tracking ID that we copied. If you didn't have it, which I accidentally erased it, come here, more settings. Don't need to add anything more here, except I do want to enable. We'll come back to the e-commerce. We'll do that later. All right. Save. Save. Whoops, sorry. Add a trigger. We want the trigger to be on all pages. Now we can save. So now I create a tag and a variable, and before we're done, I have to click submit. I'm gonna put added. Every time you make a change, you have to submit it. Added UA tag and variable. All right, publish. Okay, so now what we want to do is let's open up ThriveCart Mastery again. Let's go back to that free tag assistant to refresh the page after you click enable. And let's see what we have firing. So we have Google Analytics, and that is the proper property, and we have Google Tag Manager. So those are good to go. Our website is now functioning. So that is the most basic level of Google Analytics. One last thing, if you want to make sure that it's working, you can come into Analytics. And since I'm on that page, I should have one active user, and that is me. If you want to open it up somewhere else and try it somewhere else, you can. But when I exit this, it should take me down to 0. And for now, that is all. We're going to come back to Google Analytics and Tag Manager once we have our funnel built. I'm going to show you a few more things that we're going to do with enhanced e-commerce so we can track the sales across our funnel. But for now, we're good. We'll come back to this once we create our products and our funnel inside of ThriveCart. Okay, now let's talk about A and B testing. So there's two separate types of testing that I want to cover. So first, we have the Thrive Optimize testing that goes on inside of WordPress on our front end. So I know this has been confusing. Hopefully you've caught on by now that we have Thrive Themes, which includes all of its plugins, one of which is Thrive Optimize. That is the software that tests our WordPress. That is totally different than ThriveCart. Remember, Thrive Themes is on the front, ThriveCart is the checkout. We can test both the front end and the checkout, but we have to do it in different ways. Okay, so it's important that we start with ThriveCart so that we can actually use the test links inside of our sales funnel on the front end. Okay, does that make sense? Hopefully it does. So I'm going to show you how to do it at the most basic level. I will say that some other softwares make this process a little bit more straightforward for the funnel builders, but this is also pretty easy once you get the hang of it. But it is different. So if you've done other funnel builders before, this will seem a little bit unique. So what we want to do is, the most basic thing to do is to just create a copy of the product. Okay, so I'm going to clone this product. Okay, so now I have two of them. One of them is going to say version 1 copy 2. Okay, so that is the copy. So the first one is the copy now. So I want to edit that. So I want this to actually just say version 2. And then down here, I'm just going to change that to version 2. Okay. You don't have to do that. I named mine in a way that kind of required me to do some changes there. Okay. So now I've got that. So I'm going to come to next. You can test pretty much anything that you can build in the funnel builder. You can test. Some people test price. That is not what I'm testing. You can test price. I am not a fan of doing that. I think that that is a little bit sketchy because then you've got some people that are paying twice the price, and you would feel a certain way if you were one of the people who got the higher price, which half of you would, and bought the course, and then you watch this video and you're like, holy crap, Nate highballed me. I could have paid the lower price. But I don't recommend testing pricing, but you can. Okay. And then next, I could adjust the bump offer. I could do anything else that I want to do inside of the bump offer. I could test the price, but what I really want to test is the checkout page. And I recommend that you test one item at a time. There's two things that you can do. A very basic checkout A and B test would be taking the exact same one that you had, right? And then editing that design in a very, very minimalistic way, right? So for this, what I might test differently would be something that is front and center. So I'll put price increase. I put big price increase coming soon. Okay. So to really be able to control the variables and to see what changes are being caused by what, that would be the only thing that I would edit, right? So for this example, we'll just do that. Save, complete. So that's the only thing I edited. So if I wanted to go deeper, and this is something that I actually prefer to do, and that's test an entirely different type of form of checkout. So I might do a sales cart, right? Where instead of being a two-step, I do something completely different, where I just do a full-blown sales cart, and then I test that. That's going to be very different because we're not just testing one element. We're doing a split test, which is testing two totally different things. So we could see that if one of these dramatically outperforms the other, we might want to start with that one and then start A and B testing it. So let's say that I ran a split test between the standard checkout and the sales cart, and the sales cart converted 2 times as many people. I would then go with the sales cart. And then if I want to continue testing, which you always do, I would start doing split tests, A and B tests rather, with the contents on the sales cart, right? So let's say I'd come into the design on the sales cart, and just like we did with the simple version before, I would change something like the price up here, the countdown, right? But for now, I don't want to do that. I want to stick with the standard, okay? So there's various ways to go about it, but what you want to do is you want to make sure that you're triaging elements based on order of importance. So things like the headline, the stuff that's up right at the top, the price, obviously, if you're going to do that. Like I said, I don't really recommend that, but those are big things that have a big impact. Smaller things that don't really have a big impact that you would only want to test way down the road would be things like maybe changing what's right here. I might change the image here. Definitely want to make sure that that doesn't say ThriveCart Mastery version 2. That was my fault. I have to edit that. But I would test other stuff. I could maybe even test running this as a 2-step or as a 1-step versus a 2-step. I could do a lot of different things. I could run it as a single step, right? But it's important that you triage what you're testing and then make sure that you give statistical significance, which basically means, have you really seen enough to know what the outcomes are going to be predictably? So you want to make sure that you run more than maybe 10 visitors is not going to give you a good idea of which elements are actually going to convert better. You need more like 1,000, right? So if 10 people came, it could just be a fluke that 2 of them bought from one side and none of them bought from the other. Statistically, it would look like you have an exponentially better chance of selling that version, right? But then let's say those were just kind of outliers, just a little bit of randomness happened there. And then we run 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 visits, and we start to see, a more realistic picture of what is actually making a difference. And then we can decide. So you do need statistical significance. I recommend at least 1,000 visits before you make a decision. That can change. You definitely don't want to make the decisions too early. So many times I've done a test and I've been tempted to pick an early winner, like, wow, this one's destroying the other one. And then I give it, another week, and next thing you know, it's actually underperforming the other one. So you give it time, be patient with it. There's no rush on the split tests. You want to give them statistical significance. There's no point in running them if you're going to rush the decisions. Okay. So now we're just going to save and get URL. And again, I've got to go and edit these page names. So let's come back here and do that really quick. Save and get URL. I've got to change that other one. Little things like that, you'll notice, even though I've made a bunch of funnels, I still find myself doing this where I have little tiny things that I have to make changes on, or mistakes that I made, right? So don't sweat that. All right, so now what we want to do is actually come to A and B tests. Now that we have two products, I'm going to click create a new A and B test, get started. I'm going to pick ThriveCart Mastery, and our first product is going to be ThriveCart Mastery 1. Second product is going to be ThriveCart Mastery version 2. I'll call this Scarcity Text. All right, and then like I said, you want to have a bunch of time. So I'm going to set this to all the way through till the deadline, which is November. Actually, let's do it right before the deadline so we don't overlap. Okay. And then I can choose how I want to decide on the winner. Highest cart conversion, lowest cart abandon, highest income. So what I want is the highest cart conversion, right? Highest income isn't going to be the best factor since I'm testing the front end. I want to see what causes people to just pull out their credit cards. Lowest cart abandonment is a good way too. If I'm doing something that does impact the upsells and downsells, I might want to do highest income. Really, none of these is wrong, but I prefer highest cart conversion because that's what I want. I really want to see how can I get more people to purchase, and then I can do tests on the upsells and downsells down the road and see how those work. All right. So then let's just call this, or let's call this header. Okay. And I'll create A and B test. Now we have this link and I can start to test this. So what I want to do though, is I want to create this link and I want to put it in my front end of my WordPress site. Okay. So let's go ahead and open up ThriveCart, mastery.com. The only part that stinks here is you can't do tracking IDs as easily. If I wanted to, I could use a third-party service like ClickMagick and create tracking IDs, but for now, we're just going to do what we have here. So this, I need it to be just a regular. Actually, this is going to be a jump still because I want them to see the two pricing offers. I'm going to put this right here. Okay. And then also anywhere else that I have that link, like right here, I want to replace that. So now let's see, let's click this once. That time it shows early bird price ending soon. And if I do it another time, it should show me the second variation. Big price increase coming soon. So it's just randomized. Sometimes it'll show it right away, sometimes it won't. So if I were to purchase, I would start to be able to see that data, right? Now I'm ready to do split tests on the front end with Thrive Optimize. All right, so we've discussed how to do A and B tests inside of ThriveCart. Now let's talk about how to do A and B tests on your front end with WordPress using Thrive Optimize. Thrive Optimize is a plugin that comes for free with your Thrive Themes membership. To access it, first you just need to activate it, come into the product manager, find it up here, and then just make sure that it's toggled on. Okay. And then click install. And next we come to the page that we want to test, which is going to be the front end page for me. I'm assuming that yours will probably be the front end page too. It doesn't necessarily have to be. So currently I have a test running that just started and the page conversion rate is 7%, but I'm going to show you how to actually do one, and I'm going to make this again from scratch. Okay, so I'm going to stop test and choose winner, and I'm just going to set this one as the winner. That was not what you should do because that was not nearly enough time. That was only 20 visitors, so that is not nearly enough to really tell. So basically, this one conversion could have been totally random. So you need to have more of a sample to really get an idea if that is going to be the split test version going forward that's going to actually convert. But I'll explain more on that here in a second. For now, let's go into pages. Let's go to all pages. Go to replay, which is what I'm using. I'm going to come here to edit Thrive Architect. This is my front end page, so the page I'm going to test. Over here on the right side, the bottom of these icons, I'm going to click on A and B, create new test. And when you have something that you've already decided on, like this is the design that I like, and I want to start getting very granular, I'm just going to copy the page, right? But if I wanted to create something completely different, which is something I love to do, I would just click add new variation, and then I would create this new page, and I'd do the page from scratch, and I'd create it the exact same way that I created this first page using templates and whatever. So what I personally like to do on my first test, and this is if you have the time, is create one page that is super long form, and then one variation that's like very short form and focused mostly just on a video, and I run them against each other. And ideally, the shorter one will convert better. Usually doesn't. But if it does, that's awesome because that means less stuff to mess with, less stuff to test. However, not everyone does that. That's just the way I like to do that. The phrase split test and A and B test are used interchangeably. They're not necessarily the same. A split test refers to things that are like rather different, whereas an A and B test is really just testing singular elements. So the split test, I'd be testing a ton of different elements, and then I would choose that, and then I would A and B test that. And then I would do things like the headline against the new headline or the color against the new color, one by one. Does that make sense? If it doesn't, as always, let me know down in the comments. But you'll hear the terms used interchangeably. They're not necessarily the same. Split test refers to more broad changes, where A and B test is very, very granular, one change on both pages. So for this, I do want to do just a traditional A and B test, which is going to be just testing something as simple as the color here. So I've already tested the headline, and I actually do like this headline better. So I'm going to call this replays button test, right? And then if I want, I can change the distribution of traffic. I don't know why anyone does that. Unless you're maybe doing something and you have a ton of traffic and you really don't trust that it's going to convert a lot and it might lose you a lot of sales, and you want to just kind of get it over with quickly, I suppose you could do it that way. I don't think that that even makes sense because you'll still need the same amount of visits to really have a good idea if it's actually making changes. So I don't understand why anyone would change it, but it's an option. All right, so once I've set that up, I'm going to come now into edit variation. So this is where I'm going to actually add the new change, right? And what I want to do is I'm just going to test a different color. Super basic change, but I want to see if a lighter color will convert better. My theory is that red is a color that makes people uneasy, like even a little bit angry. So what I want to do is lighten that up. See if maybe a lighter color converts better, okay? So technically each of these could be split tested on its own. I see the button as its own entire element, right? Okay, and I'll click save. So I've got that new scrolling icon. It's not as aggressive. And that's really all that I need to do. So now I'm just going to click on the A and B test dashboard, right? So I just put button test. So you can see here, don't be thrown off if this one looks like it's in mobile or this one doesn't reflect the changes right away. This can be weird. It's not always, because of cookie issues, it might show differently, but just make sure you saved and everything and you'll be good to go. So now I'm going to click setup and start A and B test. Split test name, I'm going to call this blue versus red button. Short description, does the color of the button impact purchase? You can set automatic winners. I don't do this. I just check it myself because I check my stats all the time. If you don't do that and you want to really make sure that it converts well, set this as high as you are okay with. 100 conversions for some people might be a lot. Definitely set it so that you have enough data to really make a good idea. Never make a change based off of little amounts of data. Like 20 visits, not enough. 100 visits, not enough. 1,000 visits, you're getting close. I like to do even more than that. I just like to have a good idea that things are going to actually convert better if I switch to a variation, right? And then I want this chance to beat original to be above 95%. Anything below that is not really something that makes me confident enough to really move anything around. Okay, but like I said, I don't like having that on. Just remember to come and check it. It doesn't matter. I mean, if you let it run for a long time and you come back and you have a ton of data, it's nothing wrong with that. Okay, so now we have 3 options. We have revenue, visit goals page, or subscription. For this one, since it's a sales product, I'm going to come to revenue. One thing to know is that if your ThriveCart product goes to an invoice page or something that is not on the same domain that we're using right now, it's not going to work. Unfortunately, to track this, you have to use thank you pages inside of your regular domain. Okay, so basically in ThriveCart, that's what this one looks like. So over here in fulfillment, it sends them to a special success URL. So if I didn't have that, it wouldn't work. Okay, so that's one of the drawbacks. So for this, I have to have a thank you page. So I'm going to type thank you, and it's going to populate all my pages. Replays, thank you. Value, the price is $147. Technically, the value is higher with the upsell of the VIP membership, but that can't necessarily track. One thing that you could do, you could change this number to be what your average sale is. So if your average cart value for each conversion is $228 and the front end is only $97, you could put that $228 there. As long as the numbers are being used, the same, which they are by default. So it's not like one of these variations is 147 and one variation is 247. That's actually not something we can test here. We can test that in ThriveCart, but we can't test that on these pages. So what we want to do is make sure that we have that set to whatever number we think is most realistic. I like to just set it at the baseline, and the revenue is really not as important to me as the raw conversions. Okay. Any of that other stuff would be more things that I would want to test in ThriveCart versus Thrive Architect, Thrive Optimize. Okay. Other options that we do have though, if you wanted to do visits goals page, you could do that, but then you can't add the revenue. Pretty much the same thing, just no revenue. And then subscriptions, if you have lead generation forms on this site, it'll show up there. Okay. And then I'm going to click start A and B test. And I'm just going to let that bad boy run, and I'll come back in about a week and I will see what is converting best. And then I'll go from there. And inside of the Thrive dashboard, just come to Thrive Optimize, and then you'll see your live tests, right? So this was my last test that I just started. And you can delete your old ones. You can view test results or get a little bit more granular data. And then you can come down here and you can select your winner. Okay. All right. That is everything that you need to know about Thrive Optimize. I will see you in the next video. Okay. Now we're ready for what I think is probably the most important aspect of your marketing, and that is creating your affiliate program. So we were going to do a couple of things here. Remember in an earlier video, we did the testing. So we have 2 versions. The only downside to this is that affiliates need to be approved for both versions for them to get commissions. So that does kind of put a little bit of extra work into it. But I think it's important that we do this, because if we don't, affiliates aren't going to make all the sales that they deserve. And that is not a good way to build trust. And it's just, I don't think it's an ethical thing to do. So I'll show you how to do that. But first, what we want to do is let's come to the main version here and go to edit. And it's going to tell me product is an active A and B test. We strongly advise against changing it. We're going to come to affiliates, and I'm going to select that I do want them to promote this product. Okay. And then I'm going to set up commissions. So on the front end, I'm going to offer 50% commissions and then 25% commissions on the bump. The problem with the bump is that I don't have a ton of margins on that. And as long as you're upfront and honest about your commission rates, people don't have an issue. I could set the bump to 0 and nobody would have an issue as long as I explain that to them, okay? When should affiliates be paid? I put after a delay, and that needs to be the 30 days because I have the refund policy. So I could do instantly. The problem is that if they refund, it gets clawed back, and nobody likes seeing negative money coming out of their PayPal account. So I usually prefer to do it as after delay unless I'd already had a program. I have one program that's set up to be instant. I haven't changed it because I have a lot of affiliates that have gotten used to that and I don't want to throw them off. So I've honored that and kept it that way. But be really discerning when you're creating your affiliate program. One of the things that I really dislike as an affiliate is when the company changes their terms consistently, like constantly. It's frustrating, and especially the cookie structure and things that it impacts what I'm doing as an affiliate. So you want your affiliates to get comfortable. So if you can come up with a good percentage that is something you can stick with for at least 6 months, I recommend doing that. And if you're selling a virtual product, 50% commissions are pretty standard. Keep in mind that the higher the commission rate, the more likely you're going to have people promoting. There is no shortage of products to promote. So especially early on, you need to be very, very, very generous with the commissions. Remember that your affiliates are going to be making you sales that you probably wouldn't have made on your own. They're bringing something special to the table. It's not as simple as them just pasting a link. It's the fact that they've spent years building their audience, building trust, doing things that would cost you a ton of time and money, and they've already done it for you. So they deserve every penny of the affiliate commissions that you give them. So don't do anything crazy like 20% commissions on a $97 product that is that you have 90% margins on. Just be erring on the side of paying a lot rather than too little, and you'll be glad you did. Okay, so I'm gonna click save. Now I need to set up the options. Allow new affiliate signups. I can either do auto approve or manual approve. I set it to auto approve. If somebody is problematic, I just go and I email them and remove them, but I have really not had any issue with that. First or last cookie. So this one depends. I prefer last cookie because it incentivizes people to create bonus offers. What last cookie means is if affiliate A sends them to the page and they don't buy, and then a week later affiliate B sends them to the page and they do buy, affiliate B gets the commission. If it were first cookie, even though affiliate B sent the commission that made the sale, affiliate A would get the actual commission because they sent it first. So I prefer last cookie, and I think most affiliates do as well. Cookie expiry, I keep that on lifetime. I don't see any reason to kill their cookie, because the fact that they sent somebody to build brand awareness is, that is lifetime value. Even if they didn't buy for a year, the fact that they were sending them into my retargeting campaigns and all of that stuff, I think that that's very important. Require affiliates to connect their PayPal account for payment. I say yes to this. With rare exceptions, people usually have PayPal accounts if they're pretty serious affiliates. It's pretty standard, so I put yes. It's the easiest, fastest way to pay out your affiliates inside of ThriveCart. So down here for affiliate link target URL, I want them to send traffic to the sales page. I don't want them to send traffic to the checkout page necessarily. By default, it's just going to give you the checkout page. I want them to go to the front end. That's the whole reason we built the front end, is because that's where we actually make the sale. Sending people straight to the checkout is not going to have the optimal conversions that we need. So I do want them to have the option to send them straight to the main page, right? Hide this product or show it in the dashboard. I'm going to show it in the dashboard. If you have a product and you're doing multiple variations, like for version 2, I'll hide that from their dashboard, but I'm going to set up something that auto approves everyone who purchases that. That's what I mentioned earlier on in the video. You want to make sure that you do actually pay out everybody, even the people that buy on the split test versions of the page. By default, that doesn't happen. So we need to make sure that that happens. But also in their dashboard, you don't want them to be confused by 2 different versions. So I'll show you that here in the next part of this video. Okay, allow affiliates to set their own funnel tracking code. This is really powerful. This is a feature that is not super common across other platforms. It's part of the reason why I love Thrive. ThriveCart is so cool that it allows you to do this. Essentially, it allows people to put their tracking cookies on the checkout pages. And you might be wondering, well, why is that valuable? And that's valuable because then they can run paid ads and they can actually see the conversions, right? So for example, this if I wanted to put my Facebook cookie on my ThriveCart sales page URL where I'm actually promoting ThriveCart, I could then retarget them. I could also then track conversions so I could see the ROI on my ad spend. Super powerful. And this is going to attract some tech savvy affiliates who might not be people with big audiences, but they have big skill sets and they can run paid ads. So that's a super powerful thing. Definitely enable that. There's no reason not to. Allow affiliates to set their own bonus delivery URLs. Yes, this crushes. This is a way for affiliates to incentivize people buy through them by adding their own virtual bonuses that show up on the invoice when they purchase. So some of you might have experienced this when you purchase through me. When you buy ThriveCart through me, you'll have access to this course and it's delivered automatically through the purchase. So the same purchase that they were on, it'll show up on their invoice with a link to how to redeem. So cool, super powerful. I'm actually going to film a little video that you can share in your own affiliate dashboard that will make it very easy for you to get affiliates to be aware of this. Most affiliates are not aware of this because it's not common, but if you can get them to add bonuses, you're going to boost conversions. It's just a win-win for everybody. So this is something that you should be proactive on. And every time a new affiliate comes on board, you should be like, hey, check out this opportunity for adding a bonus. And I'll actually show you that in the affiliate onboarding email sequence that I'm going to give you. Okay, now we're going to click save. Save and get URL. Okay, so now the last thing we have to do is decide if we want to have commissions on the upsells and downsells. So for this sales funnel, I'm actually not going to include them because currently I'm doing coaching calls and I don't like doing those. So the amount that I charge is already less than I normally would. So I am not doing commissions on those. If you have something that has margins on it, definitely do that. It's the same process. You just come here and you go edit percentage. You can either do a fixed fee or a percentage. I always recommend percentage because then if you change the funnel or change the price or test any of that stuff, it'll stay consistent. But like, let's say that you have a split test and one of them has a different pricing. You don't want the fixed fee there. It could mess things up. So just be aware that you can do fixed or percentage, but I always like percentage. Okay. And then if you do offer that, you can edit the affiliate resources, such as swipe copy, banners, videos, HTML. But like I said, I'm not doing that for this one. Okay. So the last thing I need to do, since I do, like I said, this is a little bit more complex because I have two variations of the product. So what I need to do now is I need to come to version 2 and make sure that the affiliate information is exactly the same. Okay, so it was 50, 25, after delay, 30 days, save. Okay. And then set up affiliate options. Same stuff I did before. But the only thing I'm going to do different is that this one I'm going to hide from the affiliate dashboard because I only want them to see the one variation. Since they're going to be approved for both, if the purchase goes through, even through a different link, they'll still get paid for it. Okay. So I'm going to click save, save and get URL. And now we need to do one thing here that's a little bit unique. We're going to come to affiliates. I'm going to come to rules. And I need to create a rule that when they sign up for ThriveCart Mastery, I want to add them to another product. I want to add them to the other ThriveCart Mastery. So essentially now if they purchase, they will get the commission, even though I'm running split tests. Hopefully that makes sense. This is just the most fair way to do it. If you mess up this step, you'll make more money technically on the front end, but your affiliates aren't going to be compensated correctly, and well-paid affiliates promote more. So it's not like it's just an altruistic thing where you're just being cool and ethical. It's also just good business. One more rule that we want to add while we're here is an affiliate signs up for ThriveCart Mastery, which is the second one. Use my integration with ConvertKit and add them to the existing tag. I want to add them to affiliate, and I want to add them to the affiliate funnel. I'm going to have to create that. I'll do that really quick in ConvertKit. Give me like 2 minutes. I'm going to add them to the affiliate for ThriveCart Mastery. Save affiliate rules. All right. So these are the two major rules that we want to have set up. I want them to be tagged so that then I can send them an email automation, which I'll show you that in another video. You want to onboard your affiliates just like you'd onboard customers or abandoned carts, right? And then I want to also tag them for the split test. If you're not running a split test, you don't have to do that. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to customize the affiliate area a little bit further and some additional steps we want to do, actually going back to your WordPress page and adding the sign up and login information for your affiliate area. All right, I'll see you there. Okay, now we want to edit the affiliate area dashboard, right? So when we were just in rules, so now we're going to come to product options, and I'm going to come down to that main product, right? Again, this is adding a little bit of confusion, but since I'm hiding this dashboard, I don't need that one. I do want to come to manage the main one that is visible here though. Okay, so I want to come to manage and then edit sign up page. All right, so this will be the URL that they get. Okay, I'm going to put that headline text, and then I'm going to actually go and edit the body and video here. You can see what I've done inside of the actual ThriveCart Mastery Affiliate Program. I recommend all of you sign up for that if you enjoy the program and want to promote it. Or you'll be able to demo those live just by clicking on the link at the bottom of the sales page, which I'll show you how to add that to here in the next video. But the big thing we want to do is edit the requested fields. Require terms and service. Require affiliates to provide a completed W8, W9 form. This is relatively important. If they don't have that, we won't be able to, in the US, really pay them correctly and do our accounting and everything properly. Require affiliates to answer a question. Okay. Require terms and conditions your affiliate must agree to. I'm going to type this in quickly, and I'll actually post a link down to mine below, and it will be vague enough that you can just copy and paste it directly. Okay, but you do want to have something there. We're going to click save, save changes. Now in manage, we have a couple of other options. We can do promo materials, and we will add this over time. I'll show you how to go about adding those, but for now, I'm going to just put okay. And this is just basic, not a ton of formatting we can do. I'm just going to put bookmark this page and whitelist. Okay, I'm going to save changes. And then over time, you should regularly come into your promo materials area and edit the swipe copy. So for example, I might put, and then here I'm going to actually paste the copy. For now, I'm going to leave that blank. I'll just put coming soon. Okay, save changes. And then everything else is pretty self-explanatory. HTML code is kind of unique. If you have HTML where say you put like a widget that people could put on their website, I don't use those. If you have videos, you can do those easily. And it will embed, if you embed it on their website, it'll cookie them and they can get paid. Banners, for here I'll just put ThriveCart logo. You always want to at least have the logo.
So give them as much valuable information as possible. Make sure that the logos are good. And obviously, I like to make them transparent. All right, so we're good to go there. Okay, so now we want to actually get the URL for the affiliate product, right? So this is the affiliate sign up URL, but you'll have to open a new incognito window, paste that URL so you can kind of see what it looks like. So I'm going to have a video here. This looks really bare bones as it is, but for now, it'll work. Up here by default, this image is going to show the sales page, which looks really dumb. So you want to make sure that you actually have an image there. So to do that, you just come to your products and then just click on the actual image, pick your logo. You want something that is a white backdrop, white text, I mean, so that it actually stands out. Okay. And just make sure that that saves. So that way when they come in, they'll see that instead of the actual cart like this, which does not look good or professional. Okay. Next, I'm going to show you how to get the sign up URLs and how to add them to your website. But remember, this is not a one-time thing. You need to nurture your affiliates, and you should continually be updating promo materials to incentivize them to promote and to give them the resources that will help them drive the most conversions. If they win, you win. Okay, guys, I want to show you how to make a coupon code for your ThriveCart products. There's a couple of things that we can do. So first of all, when you're on the checkout final page here, when you go to save and get your URL, you'll have that here. You'll have affiliate URLs, checkout URLs. This is your basic one where you add your tracking IDs. But this right here, coupon URLs, if you have coupons that apply to this specific product, so usually it's something that is set to be a coupon for all of your products, those will show up here and then you can copy those. But I'm going to make one from scratch. So I'm going to come into products, go to that product, and I'm going to come over to coupons. I'm going to click create a new coupon. I'm going to call this Javier Test. Javier is one of my developers, helps me with a ton of stuff. So I'm going to give him free access. He's going to help me with any issues that he sees. So I want to give him free access for sure. This is the actual coupon code that he's going to enter. And this is just for me. Change that to Javier free access. And then if you want to add more information, I always like to make sure if you create a bunch of coupons, you kind of want to keep track of them. And I have a lot of coupons. So, all right, coupon status enabled, fixed price or percentage. I'm going to set this to a percentage and I'm going to set it to 100%. And it's going to be main product only for now. Actually, I'll do main product and bump because I want them to test the bump for me. Also apply to recurring future payments if applicable. I don't have any of those, but coupon is available immediately. The coupon is redeemable till I delete it or set date. So if I wanted to make it stop working at a certain time, I could. But I usually like to just disable it. The coupon will auto apply an affiliate. This is important. We'll talk about this a little bit more in the affiliate section. But if you give your affiliates a coupon code, they are far more likely to promote for you. And also if they have, say, a podcast, it works great for them because they can be like, use code Nate20 at checkout to get 20% off. So if there's not a direct way for them to add an affiliate link, like podcasts typically don't have that, because people are listening on their devices and don't have their computers or phones open right in front of them, so they have to remember to type it. So this is a great way to do that. So if I wanted to add, say, my friend Chris, I could do that, click that, and it would auto apply him as the affiliate. But I'm going to put no for there for now. Disable after a fixed number of uses. Since this is just for Javier, I'll set that to 1. Next, I'll come to products. I'll do specific products, ThriveCart Mastery. And then if I want, I can create a rule here where I can do purchases with coupon, add them to the following tag, and I'll just put the same as usual, bought ThriveCart Mastery. Okay, and I'll click save. And now I can copy the URL, copy and continue. I can also copy the code. That's just going to give me this. If you're giving it to someone directly like I am, you'll just want to use copy URL, copy and continue. Now when he opens that, it's going to take him to the checkout and it's going to populate this down to 0, even if he adds the bump. Okay, pretty cool. All right, I'll see you in the next video. Okay, super quick video. I'm going to go into the affiliate dashboard and show you some of the basics of managing the program. Things like seeing sales, seeing refunds,
changing affiliate information, that sort of thing. So when you click on affiliates, you're going to see a basic overview. You can see where all the sales are coming from over time. You do a whole bunch of stuff there. It's very similar to the main dash, except this is going to be focused on affiliates. Okay. Next, we can go to my affiliates. Here I can see all of the different affiliates that promote my products. And if I want, I can even filter them by top affiliates. I can filter them by all types of stuff. I can also, one thing that's valuable is the refund rate. You want to see if somebody has a lot of sales and super high refunds, you might want to contact those people and ask them what's up, because that can be a sign of spam or potential fraud. So be careful with that. Those are literally the only filters that I think really matter too much. Okay. And then payments. Here we can see pending payments, upcoming payments, overdue payments. And we can also make them manually. If you have any issues with this, sometimes there are some bugs that do come up, and sometimes things like in affiliates, PayPal might be having issues and it can kind of throw a wrench in some things. So if you have any issues, contact ThriveCart support. Whenever I'm viewing this page, I always go to all time because it's going to show me older commissions. All right, and then product options. Here's where I can edit things. Sign up page, promo materials. We've already gone over that. And then again, we've already gone over the rules. Okay. So that is pretty much everything that you need to know. I will see you in the next video. Okay, let's talk about your affiliate onboarding sequence. This is something that a lot of people don't do, but it's incredibly valuable. It's going to make sure that the people that are promoting your product get off to a really, really good start. So I've tried to get you off to a good start with that as well by providing you with this template. So this is part of ConvertKit. If you use ConvertKit, you can open up the link and it's going to let you use this automation automatically. So you'll just click use this automation, and then you're going to need to just change two things. So let me show you inside the automation. You're going to need to create a tag called affiliate, and then here where it's ThriveCart Mastery, you're going to put your product there. Okay, so that's step one. And to do that in ConvertKit, it's very easy. Come to grow, come to subscribers. Here on tags, we're just going to come down and create a new one. And then here you would put your demo tag, save it. And then when you come back into this template, you're just going to edit the link here. So instead of having my tag, you're going to replace it with your tag. Okay, so that way, whenever someone is tagged as an affiliate for your product, they're going to be triggered into this sequence. So all you have to do with this sequence is change some placeholders. You can also rename this if you want. I would go here and I would name it something else. I'd call it your demo, whatever you want to do there. Okay. But before we get into the actual sequence here and editing all of that, we need to do one thing inside of ThriveCart. Okay. So first you want to have set up your automation there, and you want to have your tag set up. But next you need to set up the system that actually tags people who sign up for your affiliate program. So what we're going to do is we're going to come into partners. And then over here, we're going to click on rules, and we're going to add a new rule. So whenever somebody gets approved to promote a product, then you would select the product that they're going to promote. So for me above here, I did ThriveCart Mastery. So let's just do that again. I'm going to put use my integration with, and then I'm going to use ConvertKit. If you're using something else, you would add that there. Or you can do a lot of other things. If you don't want to send a full email, you can just send a regular email here, or you can do several other things. You can remove them from all other products. You can change when they're paid. You can do a lot of stuff. But for now, don't worry about that. Most of those features you're never going to really need to use, but they're there. Okay, so then you're going to add them to the existing tag. And then here's where you're going to pick the tag. And this is where you'd select that your demo product, or whatever it is that you named yours. So whatever this tag right here is, that's what you're going to put right here. And then just make sure that you save, and then you'll be good to go. I'm going to delete that because I already have it. Next, inside of this template, and you also might want to rename this to like your affiliate onboarding, so it doesn't say TCM template. We're going to come into this area, and don't panic if you're not using ConvertKit. I do have all of the templates right down here, so you can copy and paste them. Just be so careful that you're replacing the things that are in bold and red. Those need to be changed. You're also welcome to edit anything that you want in any of these sequences, any of these automations. You can remove emails, you can add emails, you can change whatever you want. Like I do some things that are pretty intense that you might not want to do. Like for example, in this first email, I give them my literal phone number because I want them to get in touch with me that bad because I think it's so valuable to talk with your affiliates. Okay. So essentially all you're going to do is come in here and you're going to replace that your product with your actual product. I do have some short codes set up. If you're not comfortable doing those, you can change them. I also have preview text, which you can edit. I did make it so that there's nothing in there that you would accidentally send, like, 'cause I know some people will forget to change that because it's kind of an afterthought. But if you want, you can edit those. And like if you wanted to take out that phone number part, you could do that. But I always put preview text because that's going to show up inside the email and it's going to increase the click-through rate. Okay. So for like this email here, it says, welcome to your product. You're going to replace that with your product, obviously. Please, dear God, don't forget that. And then I have subscriber name capitalized. That's a little bit of short code. If you're not using ConvertKit, be careful. Find out what their actual short code is. It's probably something similar. And if I want to see the email, what it looks like, I can send myself a preview and just double check and make sure everything looks good. You're going to repeat this whole process going through every one of the emails, replacing everything that is in bold and in red. I've done several things in here. If you want to understand the logic, if you have questions about the logic, I'm not going to break it down too much. If you have questions about it, ask me down in the comments, but everything I did in here is for a reason. But if you want to change it, by all means, this is your email, this is your affiliate program, go ahead and do that. And once you're sure that you've edited all of the placeholders out of there, you're going to come up here to toggle and just make this live. All right, again, guys, if you have any questions, ask me down in the comments, but this is how you set up your affiliate onboarding sequence for whenever someone signs up to promote any of your products. You'll want to make duplicates of these for each product, unless every product is, if somebody signs up and they get enlisted in every single product. If you have different niches like I do, you're going to want a specific sequence and automation for each one of those products. Okay, now we want to add the link to the affiliate area. So that's going to be the sign up and the login down to the footer of the home page. If you want to have this across all of your other pages and posts, you can do that as well. But for now, we're just going to put it on the home page. So what we're going to do is come up to Thrive Dashboard, Thrive Theme Builder. There's a number of ways to get to where I'm about to go, but for now, we're just going to go to Manage Templates. And I want to add it to the active home page. If I want to add it to other templates like the posts, I would click on posts and I would do the same thing that I'm about to do. If I want to add it to pages, I would add it there. But for now, I'm just going to do it here on the active home page. And you can do any changes that you want. Just repeat this process with those other templates if you have pages and posts that you want to add this link to. But at the very least, you want it to be on the home page. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll all the way down to the bottom. I'm going to click on the footer because that's where these links are that I want to add. I'm going to click Edit Footer. I'm going to click down here. I'm going to type affiliates. I'm going to put 2 spaces, highlight, paste. Okay. And now we're good to go. So let me just double check that, make sure it looks okay when we preview it. You could also do this with a custom menu if you'd like. This is just a pretty straightforward way to do it. So it's going to always be on the affiliate area. Some people can log in. Obviously, I can't see it because it's my page. I'm going to add one more space because I do think that they have a little bit more there. All right, done. Double check, make sure it looks good on mobile as well. As always, whenever we make changes, we always want to double check them on mobile. And that looks great. Centered, spacing's good. Okay, this video is conceptual. I'm going to go over the things that I've learned using affiliate programs that I think are going to dramatically help you. Some of these things are kind of black and white, where I'm going to kind of give you what I think the correct answer is. Some of them you might need to, consider for yourself. You might need to change things up a little bit, but this is what has worked for me. And I've had a tremendous amount of success with over a quarter of my sales coming from affiliates. I've had a lot of affiliates make a ton of money promoting my products, and I credit a lot of these tips to that. Okay. So first, number one, pay highly competitive rates. Do not go cheap on your commission rates. People think they're like, oh, well, it's not that hard to promote, or why should I pay somebody so much of the sale when all they're doing is sending people to a link. What you're paying for is the years that it took to build their credibility up. You're paying for the skills that they've built up that made people trust them. And you're paying for the fact that you're not really leveraging any risk. You're not paying for ads. You're only paying when a sale is made. So pay competitive rates. Don't forget that there are an endless number of other products for affiliates to promote. Don't assume that just because your product is quote unquote the best, it's going to get people promoting it like crazy. There's a lot of really great products out there, and all affiliates are bound by the constraints of time and space. We can only promote so many things. And if something has a really cheapskate affiliate, commission structure, no one's going to promote it. So be competitive. And when I say that, I mean, find the person that's got your similar product and at least match their rates. Okay. If you have to raise your prices to do that. But be competitive, be fair with your affiliates, and it will pay off. It is a good expense. Remember, it is a risk-free investment for you. You aren't paying for ads like you normally would to get that traffic. And you're also getting what paid ads can't get you, which is credibility. People who are promoting for you have credibility that you're leveraging. They're endorsing you. They're giving you their credibility, and that is going to boost conversions dramatically. Also, you'll be able to retarget all of the traffic that they send to you, right? There's so much value there. Do not underestimate the value, and do not go cheap on your commission rates. Number 2, I recommend using last click attribution. This is pretty standard. This means that the person who sent the visitor right before the sale is the one that gets the commission. So let's say that I sent somebody to a product, they had never seen it before. I sent them to the product, right? And then 2 weeks later, somebody else comes in and they offer like a bonus and they say, hey, come back or come check this out. And then they buy right after clicking their link. That person will get the sale. I know it seems a little bit cutthroat, but it's just a solid way to get people to promote. And one of the things too is that if you do first click, it really puts new affiliates behind the 8 ball, especially if you do lifetime cookies, which is point number 3 I'm about to get to. I think it's just more fair to do last click. And as an affiliate marketer myself, I've always preferred last click. All right, so hopefully that makes that decision easier for you. Next, I recommend lifetime cookies. This basically means that if somebody sends a click until that person, clears their cookies or uses a different device, whatever it is, they will get paid. Now, lifetime is dramatic because nobody keeps their cookies really for life. So it's not like it's not even as great as it seems as an affiliate, but I just think it's fair. I mean, give them as long of a cookie as possible. Give them the benefit for sending you traffic, right? I think lifetime cookies are a no-brainer. Anything shorter than lifetime, I think it's dumb. Okay. Next, number 4, get affiliates excited about the potential. Let them know that they can make serious commissions with you and show them how to do it. We'll get more on showing them how to do it here in a second. But get them excited. Let them know that you're excited. Let them know that you take it seriously, that you're in love with your product and you believe in it. And get them on board with believing in it too and believing in the potential of ethically promoting your product. Number 5, showcase success stories from other affiliates. This goes along with number 4 above, but show people who have really been crushing with the affiliate program and give them some praise, and also give some other people some inspiration to let them know like, hey, yeah, some people are really, really doing well with this. Be sure to ask the person that you're going to showcase first, because sometimes people don't like letting people know that they're crushing it with an affiliate program. They don't want people spying on what they're doing, stuff like that. So definitely ask them first if they're cool with that. But such a good idea to let people know the success stories. Companies like ClickFunnels do this really well with their Dream Car affiliate program. They've got, the 50 plus people that have won the Dream Car. So it just shows like, yeah, this is validation that people are making a ton of sales. So that works really, really well. Number 6, run affiliate contests with prizes for various tiers of success. I love running affiliate contests. Gamifying the process does wonders for getting more out of every affiliate. When I do a contest, I go so hard, even though the gift or the prize might not be that crazy. It's just something about the competitive nature, especially with entrepreneurs, that it really brings out this new intensity. And you can really, really get people to pay attention if you run cool contests. And don't make them cheap either. What I recommend is, instead of having like one main prize, have a main prize, but also have different tiers. So like, if you make 10 sales, you get a copy of this book. If you make 20 sales, you get lifetime access to blah, blah, blah. Whatever it is, Do that and then get everybody on board. Because there's some people who be like, oh, I'm not going to win, so I'm not going to play. But if they're like, hey, I can get 10 probably. So each person will have their own goal. So affiliate contests do really, really, really well. With ThriveCart, you'll have to manage that yourself, but it's very easy. I showed you in the admin video. You can see who made the most sales over a certain period of time. You can filter by product, and it's super simple. Just make sure you have a start and end date, and you really, really push it, get people excited about it. All right, number 7, provide a new affiliate onboarding sequence. And I show you how to do this, and I actually give you a template for the onboarding sequence that you can just plug and chug your own information into. But I highly recommend that you onboard your affiliates. People onboard their customers and their abandoned carts, but they forget to onboard their affiliates. And the affiliates are such a huge part of your business. Why wouldn't we use the opportunity to send them an email automation that gives them some information that will help them promote the product better, right? Number 8, create one-on-one relationships with affiliates. Some of the affiliate managers that I work with on the products that I promote, I feel like I know them like friends. They message me all the time. They stay in touch. They give me, personal recommendations on what I can do to make more sales. And I really, really appreciate that. And it just makes me want to work harder and push for the brand more. So do that if you can. Number 9, treat the affiliate program as the most important marketing channel. I know this sounds intense. Everybody's like, well, it can't be the most important. I'm like, no, I really think that it is the most important channel. A good affiliate program can absolutely outperform paid ads. It can outperform SEO. It's so unbelievably powerful. People just don't leverage it like they should. And it also works in tangent with those other methods. If you're running paid ads and you have an amazing affiliate program, you're getting a ton of traffic coming into your page that you're pixeling and then retargeting. So a good affiliate program makes the paid ads perform better because now you're retargeting warm traffic. So for that reason, I just really think that it is the absolute most important program in your business as far as your marketing channels go, and you need to treat it as such. Give it the respect and time it deserves. Dedicate time to it every day, every week. And eventually, once your business gets big enough, hire somebody, get them to manage it full time. Number 10, encourage affiliates to create bonus offers. Bonus offers crush, and with ThriveCart, it's very easy for them to add digital bonuses. I have a video where I show you how to make these that I want you to share with your affiliates. It's part of the template onboarding sequence. Just letting affiliates know that they can do this is huge. And the commissions and conversions are going to go through the roof if they actually leverage this correctly. Number 11, regularly contact all of your affiliates via email. Do this at least monthly, a mass email, letting everybody know what's going on, any updates to the products, yada, yada, yada. Just keep them top of mind. Just let them know that you are still around. Remind them, like I said, there's a million products people can promote and they might have just forgot about you, but a monthly email will keep you top of mind. Number 12, send gifts to your top affiliates, no strings attached. This is something that for me as an affiliate really got me to love the brands that did it. I had somebody sent me a baseball signed by one of my favorite players, Luis Castillo, and they just sent it out of the blue for no reason. I hadn't promoted them for about a year, and they just sent it to me. And it was like, man, is it just a marketing ploy? Maybe, but it was still smart. It was thoughtful. I appreciated it, and it actually got me back into remembering to promote for them. Definitely do that. Try not to be too cheesy. Don't make it seem like it's a transactional thing where it's like, hey, here's this, now go promote for us, or here's this just because you're great. Try to do it randomly and sporadically, and just make it part of your business. Check out the book Ultimate Sales Machine by Chet Holmes. He talks about something called the Dream 100, and he kind of talks about giving gifts. Also, the book Giftology is a very good book about the concept of giving to people in your businesses. It's really powerful. Number 13, add swipe copy and assets to your affiliate area. We've gone over this inside of the affiliate admin space where you can basically add images, swipe copy, make it as easy as possible for your affiliates to promote for you. Do that, make it stress-free, make it so that they just have to plug and chug a few things like put their name, their affiliate link, and they'll be good to go. And the easier you make it, the less friction there is, the more they're going to promote. And also you'll be able to use email copy and ad copy and stuff like that converts because you can test it yourself, right? So share with them the things that are working And a lot of the times, you know your product better than them. You'll be able to create sales copy that converts better than anything that they could make by themselves if you do it correctly. Number 14, always be fair. I wish that this could go without saying, but it doesn't. I've had the experience, a few negative experiences where I knew that affiliate managers were intentionally, cheating on the program. They were not living up to their ends of the bargain. They were reassigning affiliates, not crediting affiliates, changing commissions without telling people. Just be fair. Ask yourself before you do anything that involves an affiliate, how would I feel if I were the affiliate, and if I was, if I was on the other end of things, and if you would feel mad or annoyed or you would leave the program, don't do it. Number 15, if you recruit an affiliate, always give them free access. There's nothing tackier, I don't think, than saying, hey, will you promote my product? Here's the link to buy. No, if you truly understand the value of an affiliate program, you would give it for free. It's not standard to give everybody free access, because then you have the issue of people who become an affiliate and don't promote just for free access. So you can't do that. I can appreciate that. But if someone is a legitimate affiliate, or you're reaching out to them proactively, you owe it to them to give them that product. If you want them to pay for it, you're basically saying, I don't take my affiliate program seriously, or this is not a priority for me. I want you to promote. I want you to do me a favor, but I'm not going to do anything for you. So be careful with that. That's very tacky to ask somebody to buy a product that you are trying to get them to do you a favor of promoting. Number 16, send automated emails for affiliate milestones. This is a feature that you can do with email behaviors in ThriveCart. Basically, like if somebody gets $10,000 in sales, you can send them an email saying, hey, congrats, you just you crossed the 5-figure mark. Congratulations. Only blah, blah, blah percentage of affiliates ever get here. So you are in the elite status, blah, 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 blah. Let them know that they did it and that you notice, right? And you can do that automatically. It's super cool. Nice little feature inside of ThriveCart. Number 17, increase commissions for top performers. Now, you can't do this automatically, but if you see somebody's just crushing it and you're like, hey, this person, I want to incentivize them to push even more, bump their commission rates. Let them know that, like, hey, you're getting paid more than other people, and it's because you've earned it, right? I've had a few people do that for me, and I just always really appreciated it. It's big. All right. Number 18, last but not least, create a custom landing page for top performers. These do really, really well, and they're not hard to make. So when I say custom landing page, I mean like a page that says, like, Nate McAllister partnered with blah, 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 and it shows a picture of me and a picture of my logo, but it's the sales page for the tool. But the recognition that people have with the person sending it, they'll associate you with them, and you're going to basically be leveraging their trust and credibility like we talked about. So those pages convert much higher. So if you have an affiliate that makes a lot of sales but has low conversion rates, proactively do this. Some affiliates will ask you for it, and if somebody asks, I always cater to it. It's just a good way to boost conversions, and also just let the affiliate know that you appreciate them and that you'll go the extra mile to make them succeed. All right, guys, that is it. Those are the 18 tips that I have for running a successful affiliate program. I'll see you in the next video. Okay, one feature of ThriveCart that is really awesome and pretty unique, I haven't seen it in any other software, is the opportunity to do JV partner contracts. These are different than affiliate contracts. This is in the affiliate area because it's similar, but it is very different. So pay close attention. A JV contract is essentially a deal that you make with a partner in which you split revenue from products you sell. That will be revenue after fees. You split everything essentially. It can be changed based on percentages, and it can be changed based on upsells and downsells. So I'll go ahead and I'll create an example contract, but just know that this is a way for you to easily distribute funds. Like, let's say that you're doing a partnership with somebody and you're both taking 50% of everything. So after you pay your affiliates, after you pay any fees, after you pay any refunds, you guys will split that money automatically, and ThriveCart will actually send it directly to you. So you don't have to bother with sending it separately, or one person getting all the payments and then splitting it manually yourself. So it's very, very, very cool. So to do it, you just come up here to these, right next to the affiliate area, there's this JV partners. So they're very close. Click on JV partners. You can create your contracts. So I'm going to go ahead and just create a new contract just for this example. And I could choose, let's say I'm going to do it with my buddy Christopher, who is a longtime partner with me on pretty much everything I do these days, and for the last few years. So let's go ahead and choose him. I'll click next. Let's say that I was going to partner with him on ThriveCart Mastery. I can make a deal where I connect both of those products. Next, enter a name, and I'll put TCM demo contract. When should the contract begin? This is where you can set a date. So let's say I wanted it to start in 2022. I could set that. That seems weird. I don't really know any times where you would do that. I always just do it immediately after the partner accepts. They will get an email with the contract. How long should this contract last? So let's say you do a deal with somebody and you say, hey, I'm going to pay you 75% of everything we do on the first 30 days and then it's over. Or you can say, I'm going to pay you 30%. And then after that, we'll change the contract and we'll do a different contract. Whatever it is, you can do that. And you can set an expiration date. So for this one, I'm going to set that to tomorrow, just so that the demo contract, I can make it actually live without having to just do a whole fake thing here. Yes, pay my partner automatically. Yeah, I think that's the best way to do it. Or if you want to do it a little bit more, I don't want to say professionally, but if you have a CPA or a bookkeeper and you want them to do that for you, you can also do that, have them pay them manually, and you'll see all of that. There's a JV dashboard that lets you see everything. Okay. So what I can do now is I can set my percentages just like I do with the affiliates, except this time I can actually adjust everything in the same area. With the traditional affiliate area, you have to do it in the upsells, in the downsells, in the front end and all that. So this can be done right here. So let's say that his offer, and I've done this with a couple of people before, I'll partner with them and use their product as the upsell or downsell. So then I would say, hey, they get 50% of all upsells, right? Or let's say that I'm doing an upsell and I'm offering a service, but I'm giving the service is going to another company, right? So basically I'm giving them most of the profits from it because they're doing the work, but I'm able to create a good funnel and take 20% of the upsell because I'm sending them customers, whatever it is. You can get really creative with that. So it's not just like, hey, let's do this and split 50-50. You can get very, very customized with it. And if you aren't, like I said, if you're not going to do everything on the front end, you could still do, a percentage like this. This is a great way to build your funnel with partners. So especially if you're doing like services where you don't have time to do that at scale, you can easily do that. So that's a little clever thing that you should utilize. I'm just going to make these all 0. I don't even know if it will let me do that, but I'll see. I'll make them all 1. Do you want to set custom percentages for some items? I can do that. I can set percentages, and then I can actually make different percentages for the contract. So if I want to do everything in one contract, I can do that. Like let's say that we're working on multiple products together. I recommend you just stick with one at a time and create multiple contracts so you can edit them. But if you want to just you can say, hey, I've got a new partner and we're splitting every product we do down the middle. You can do that, and then you just come through here and select all of the products. But again, you'd have to come back to the included products and have chosen everything that you sell. Okay. So for now, let's just do that, and I'll just show you the way it looks. Okay. So now it's going to be sending him this contract info. And once he accepts it, I'll be able to see that. And then after we start making sales, I'll actually be able to track all of his payouts, net earnings, refunds. And I can go to his payouts and see what's upcoming, all that good stuff, the same way that I could do with an affiliate area. But also I can add rules just like usual. This applies to any contract. When a partner accepts a contract or a contract reaches its expiration, right? So if I want, I can say, just a reminder, I want to send an email, enter the email address, and it's going to send an email notification to me letting me know that it's about to end. If I wanted to send it to him, I'd put his email, smp.com, whatever. I could do that. So there's a couple of rules. It's not nearly as many as with other tools. I could do an integration with ConvertKit, right? Do all that good stuff. I actually don't really use the rules for JV contracts, but this is a really cool opportunity, and it's something that is unique to ThriveCart that people should take advantage of. I use it all the time, and it's one of the big reasons I use ThriveCart. So if you have partners, this is an awesome opportunity. Don't sleep on it. Okay, let's go through the abandoned cart email sequence. So if you are using ConvertKit, you can actually just download my automation. If you're not using it, you can still grab the email templates. I've pasted them down below. But if you're using ConvertKit, you can just add this directly into your autoresponder and just make a few minor adjustments and you'll be good to go. So let's go ahead and assuming you've clicked on this link, I'm going to click use this automation. This is just a copy. So the first thing we need to do is set this visual automation so that when someone is tagged as an abandoned cart, the sequence will start. So what you need to do is create a tag inside of your ConvertKit that connects to the product, right? And in the previous video, I showed you how to actually create the behavior tags. So we just want to make it so that when someone abandons the cart, they get that tag. So they're tagged with, right now the placeholders just didn't purchase, but you should make it more specific, like abandoned cart, your product, okay? And then you're going to edit this step. So you'll pick the correct tag from here, or it's not going to work, okay? Next, it's going to send them into this email sequence. This is a 4-part email sequence, and anything in here that is in red and bold, that is what you need to change, right? And these are 4 emails that do really well if you do them correctly. You can customize them as much as you want. I know sometimes if you just use other people's templates, it doesn't read right, it doesn't read in your style. But I've made these relatively simple so that there's not much that you really need to do to make them unique and make them your own. So really the things you need to change are going to be in red. Do not forget to change them. These codes that are up here, you can remove those if you want. I like to collect first names, which I've talked about in earlier videos when we were doing the 2-step opt-in. I like to collect their first name, and this little bit of code is actually going to show their name, right? Which is really, really cool because it's going to actually capitalize it and everything. It's going to make it really organic and natural. And also in this headline, in the subject, it's going to have their name too. So it's going to say, did something go wrong, Nate? And if they don't have a first name, it'll say, did something go wrong at checkout? So that is really cool. And if you plug it into your autoresponder, you'll be able to see it in action. And you can send preview emails to yourself. So let's go ahead and just check what that looks like, just so you can see what it'll look like with the actual name and everything inside of it. Okay, and this is it. Did something go wrong, Nate? See how I put my name in there? And then I put RE, your attempted purchase. When I open it up, as you can see, these placeholders are still there. But it did put my first name there, which is awesome. You need to change these placeholders, but that is pretty much it. Okay. Next, coming to the next one. And this one is going to be pretty similar. Quick question, name or for you. It's either going to have their first name or it's going to have for you. And then you're going to kind of explain, you're basically asking them, did something go wrong? What was it that held you back from purchasing? And then right here is going to be your chance to explain away the doubts. So think about the biggest reasons why someone might not purchase that doesn't have to do with them not being able to have their credit card out at the time, or they weren't at the right device to purchase. Think about the objections that they have, like, is this going to work for me even though I don't have a bunch of experience? Or is this a product that is actually going to benefit someone who's at my level of, like say it's a weight loss product. Say, is this actually something that's for someone my age or stuff like that? Whatever the objections are to your product, now is when you want to do it. So there's not a whole lot here, but you can expand on this as long as you want. So this is your chance to really crush the objections. And it's going to come the second day after they abandon the cart. And then right here, obviously, make sure that you insert your checkout link, make it a link inside of the anchor text of click here, and then put your name. And then down here in the PS, I put, don't forget, you can reply directly with any questions and concerns. We check it daily. You have to make sure that you're actually checking those if you put that, but you can edit anything that's in here. Absolutely anything. And then the preview text, this is going to show up in the email as well. The third email, this is your chance to include some testimonials or some stories from actual users. So this will be like, hey, we wanted to kind of ease your mind because I'm sure you have doubts, just kind of like in the last email, but then we're going to say, these are some success stories. And these are the people that, this is what they did. This is what made everything work for them, right? Okay, and then the last attempt. So right here, you can put as many testimonials as you want. Sorry, I didn't want to skip over that too fast. Again, just change everything in red. And then this is the last attempt. We're adding a little bit of scarcity to it, because even though the offer is not going away, what is going away is the fact that we're not going to be messaging them and reminding them. So we'll kind of give a sense of, this is kind of it. This is kind of the last chance before we stop messaging you and you probably forget and never come back and buy. So that is how that works. One important thing to do is create rules so that when they purchase, they get removed from the sequence. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and show you how I do that. I'm just going to create the tags that I'll use for ThriveCart Mastery. So I'm going to come down here to tags, and then I'm going to click create a tag called abandoned ThriveCart Mastery. Save that. And then I'm going to create another tag called bought ThriveCart Mastery. Okay. All right. So now that I have that, let's go back to my automation. Come to edit step. The event will be when a subscriber is tagged with abandoned cart ThriveCart Mastery. And then down here, I'm going to put event. Tag is added, put bought ThriveCart Mastery. And I'll put another action, remove tag, abandoned cart ThriveCart Mastery. Okay. And there you go. That's it. One of the biggest mistakes that I see people make with their sales funnels is they're not collecting leads. They don't have any type of lead magnet. And while the goal is to get the person that's visiting the page to actually purchase the product, a lot of the times that's not going to happen. And if we're running paid ads, it's very important that we get something out of that. One of the best things that we can get is somebody's email address. You cannot overstate the value of email marketing, and building your list is going to lead to insane conversions. Also, when someone opts in, we can send them into a follow-up email sequence that promotes the program. All right. So I'm going to show you the actual tech side of how we're going to do this if you're using Thrive themes and ConvertKit. If you're not, the rest of this is just going to be kind of conceptual, and you'll have to figure out another way to do it. ThriveCart does not have a native way to collect leads. It's something that you can do with a lot of other tools you can add in. If you want to do it exactly the way I am, you'll need Thrive themes and Thrive leads. So the first thing I want to do is inside of ConvertKit, or inside of whatever your email autoresponder is, we're going to come and we're going to create a form. Okay, I'm going to create a new form. And if your autoresponder is different, that's fine. Whatever it is, you got to figure out how to create the system that allows you to deliver a lead magnet and to get someone to subscribe. A lead magnet is basically just a freebie that you give to people in return for their email address. Okay. So with ConvertKit, if you're not using the ConvertKit plugin, it actually doesn't matter which of these you use. So I'm just going to choose Sticky Bar. That will not matter though. Okay. Now it's a little bit weird, but I'm going to call this ThriveCart Mastery $1 million secrets or $1 million tips. Okay. Save. Always save. And then we're going to come here to the settings. Incentive. Let's send them to a download. I always like to make them go to the page to actually confirm the product. So I have this free PDF. This part I'm not going to talk about too much. I do have a link to one of my articles that I wrote about lead magnets and different types of lead magnets, but this one is mine, and you're welcome to go to the ThriveCart Mastery page and download it if you want to see an example of a high converting lead magnet. I'm going to send the incentive email. I'm going to edit that. Okay. All right. Now we're good to go. I'm going to click save. Advanced. I don't need to do anything here in advanced. General. I don't need to do anything. I'm going to do the rest of this inside of Thrive Leads. Okay. So I'm going to click publish. And now we should be good to go. So now I'm going to come into Thrive Leads. I'm going to come to lead groups. I'm going to click new lead group. I'll call this homepage. Or I'll just call this main. I'll do $1 million tips. Okay, add lead group. All right, now I have that. And I'll set my targeting. For now, I'm going to have this set just to be on the front page. Save and close. Add new opt-in form. I'm going to make this a slide in. I'm going to have it display on desktop and mobile, but first I have to add the form. Form name, slide in, variation number 1. You can name it whatever you want as long as it's something that you can easily remember. Display frequency, that's how often it's going to show. Trigger, I'm going to say after user scrolls 10% of the way down the page. Save. I would have smart exit, but I'm going to have a pop-up that sends them to a reminder to purchase the actual product. So for now, I'm just going to do that. If I wanted to, I could change that opt-in to be, change that pop-up to be the opt-in for the email. But for now, I'm not going to do that. So now I'm going to click on Edit Design. And now I'm going to see a bunch of different templates. You can customize whichever ones you want to your liking. You do want to make them so that they jive with your brand coloring and everything. So I'm going to choose something that I know I'm going to edit quite a bit. All right, I'm going to mess with this a little bit. Okay, and now I'm going to come to Edit Form Elements. I want to change this. Okay. And I want to make sure that I'm also asking for names. So I'm going to click Done. I'm going to come down here to Form Fields. First name. Okay. And for now, I'm just going to have them show a success URL. Now I'm going to add a connection, go to the API dashboard. And so I have never set up ConvertKit here. So I'm going to do it now. Now I'm good to go. ThriveCart Mastery. All right. Save. I'll just do a few more tweaks here real quick. Okay, and the last thing we need to do is just make sure that it looks okay on tablet. So I like to make it so that everything appears on the same page. Okay, now I just need to come back here and turn it on. I'm going to come to clear all cache. And then let's open up the page and see what happens. Boom, there it is. Boom, there it is. Make sure that the download works. And there it does, perfect. All right, so remember, this is just a great way to build your list and to turn visitors into email subscribers. Very important that we do this. It's going to dramatically increase the amount of money you can make with your funnels, especially if you're running paid traffic. It's going to make sure that you get more out of every visitor to your page. They're also going to have the chance of opting into your email, which is going to give you a lot more time and opportunity to actually retarget them and send them marketing emails that are going to sell the product that they were looking at in the first place. All right, now if you are selling courses, which is an awesome thing to do. I love making and selling courses, obviously. There are going to be two options here at your disposal if you purchase Thrive Themes. You can use Thrive Themes built-in Thrive Apprentice, which is what this entire course has been built with, or you can use the new Learn or Learn Plus built within ThriveCart. There's pros and cons to each. I'll be honest with you. The reason that I built this one in Thrive Apprentice is Learn Plus was not out yet. So I didn't even have the option to consider it. However, I did use Thrive Apprentice instead of other tools that I've used like Thinkific and Kajabi. It's just really, really great. And it works seamlessly with Thrive themes and the Thrive architect. So basically everything inside of these courses is utilizing Thrive architect. So for example, you've probably noticed, if you've ever been to any of my websites, you might have noticed a similarity in the style. And a lot of that is because I can do the exact same stuff inside of these course pages that I can with my blog posts. So like right here, I can add images. I can add resources. For example, let's go to one of these pages. Let's go to preview course. I think that they just look awesome, especially for something that was included after the fact. I'd already paid for Thrive themes for several years before they added this, just as a bonus, which was awesome. But the fact that they added all this stuff for free is just insane to me. So let's see here. So if I want to go to a lesson, like let's go to one that I know has resources, like this one, creating a bump offer. So I've got the video that comes here, and I've got this little checklist, and then people can open up these resources. You've obviously seen that if you've taken this program and gotten this far. So if you've liked the layout of this program, you might want to use this. However, ThriveCart's Learn Plus is awesome too. I really don't think you can go wrong with either. ThriveCart is going to be a little bit more native. There is a direct integration now between Thrive Apprentice and ThriveCart, but I do think that they're going to favor Learn Plus going forward. So let me show you some more stuff. Like let's say that I want to edit the design of this. I can edit the template just like I would. We talked about earlier the difference between editing pages, actual content, and then editing the templates themselves. Basically, if you love Thrive Architect and the Thrive Theme Builder and editing the templates like I do, you will really, really enjoy this. Another benefit is that you're going to have continuity with the rest of your site. Since this is built into your website that you're selling everything with, it's going to look very similar, and it's going to give a very branded, personalized feeling to your entire product, right? And I think it's going to even go a level further than you might be able to get currently with Learn Plus, which is brand new, by the way. So it's going to have a bunch of new things added. But let's just continue kind of with the mile-high overview of what is possible with Thrive Apprentice. And then in the next video, I'll show you what's possible with ThriveCart's Learn Plus. And we'll kind of compare and contrast the differences. I don't think you can go wrong with either, like I said, but I want you to make the decision that's best for you and that's going to make you actually promote and push your program as hard as possible. Okay. So like we talked about, we can edit things inside of the template. So that will impact everything that uses this light, elegant video lesson setting. So right here where it says featured video, I could do something like change the video style, which I kind of want to anyway, like this lifted style. So now it's going to show up with this little shadow, which I think is kind of cool. If you are crazy and you want to change the aspect ratio, like, I don't know, maybe you filmed a course that's teaching people how to do TikTok and you filmed every video with 9:16 ratio, you could do that. I'm going to stick with this for now. This is a dynamic source. So basically anything that I put in there with my link to my video is going to show up there. This content in here, I can edit that. This is like my own little blogging area. So every time I create a post, it's going to look like this on these areas out here. This is going to be kind of the placeholder. The titles will change. This will change. Everything up here will stay the same. The video will change. And then I can edit anything in here. And then all of this stuff will stay the same. All right. And they just have a ton of really cool features too for adding into here. So like if I want to do a previous lesson button, which I don't have, I could do that. And I'd have to edit it to make it look more like that, but that is a possibility right there. Okay. If I want to add a number countdown, if I want to change the styling on the entire page, I can do that really quickly. I don't want to do that. I think that's insanity. But as you see here, when I change this, it's going to change for everything. So you can make those types of changes on the fly. I can change the font size here. It's going to go across every single page that uses this template. And then I can also come in here into actually edit, go ahead and I can drag filler countdown. I could say something like, you're 37% of the way done with the course. I could also do this with a dynamic option, but I just want to show you that I can do pretty much anything that my heart could possibly desire. I can add that in here, and then each of these is going to be unique to that specific page. So the changes that I make here are going to just be for the creating a bump offer page, right? So let's say I want to add an image. I want to add something with bump. You gotta make sure you don't go over the edges. I can do that, and I could do my typical thing where I have my shadows. I could change my padding, I can change my margins, pretty much anything that you can think of. I can change my line spacing. Just like with Thrive Architect, we have the world at our disposal there. Okay, so now let me show you inside the actual course area. Creating a course is super easy. This site is only going to have this one course, but if you have multiple, you can easily do that. You can filter by different topics. You can change the author of the course. You can edit cover images. You can have it so that people can comment or not. You can add a video description. You can put the teacher's bio. You can view the course overview page. Save. I can add new modules. So you've got modules, chapters, lessons. I do module demo number 1. And then I can add a lesson. I can add chapter. So I don't really use chapters, as you probably noticed. I just like to use modules and lessons. And if I want to add another module, I can do that here. Let me show you inside of the ThriveCart Mastery how that actually looks. Let's go ahead and trash this. Inside of ThriveCart Mastery, this is what everything looks like when I click on them. Everything that you've watched so far was created inside of this area, right? And I can see my customers. I can edit my design just like we do with Thrive Theme Builder. We have the same thing, but for the lessons and for all of the things that we have with the Thrive Apprentice, anything hosted with that. I can view the main page that people see. I can view the logins. I can set up email templates that fire when they purchase. I can edit the login pages. So this is like what it looks like if you aren't logged in, or I am logged in. So if I log out, this is what I see. And click here to purchase if they haven't already. I need to beautify this up a little bit, I'll be honest. All right, API keys, I can connect with ThriveCart. Okay, so pretty much, it's awesome. I love it. It's pretty straightforward once you get into it. When you do create modules, you have only 3 options. Unfortunately, we don't have anything for quizzes. We don't have that in ThriveCart Learn Plus yet either. But when I create a new lesson, I can do either text, video, or audio. And then I can, if I do video, it's going to ask me to put in the video URL. You can do YouTube videos. You can host your own videos. You can do a ton of stuff. Put lesson summaries. Very cool. And then every time you create a new lesson, it's going to create you a custom URL for that specific page. All right. So that is Thrive Apprentice, the mile-high overview. Now, in the next video, we're going to get into ThriveCart Learn Plus. Okay, now let's dive into Learn Plus. I've started to transition the ThriveCart Mastery into Learn Plus just so that I can demo it in this program. I'm going to stick with Thrive Apprentice for now. It's just got more features that I value, and I've already built the program. I really like the way it looks. There's some things with Learn Plus that are still kind of being finished. They're going to need a little bit more tweaking. So for that reason, I'm going to stick with Thrive Apprentice. But I want to show you how to use Learn Plus because you might not be using Thrive Apprentice or Thrive Themes. Things like the integrations that are so direct are really, really awesome. You're not going to have as much customization, but some people, they like that. They like having the limitations. It just makes it easier for them to get something done and move on, right? So to create a course, you come in here and go to Create Course, fill this out, pretty basic, course logo, course name. If you want to create a project, This is basically a bucket for different courses. For now, I'm just having this one course, so I'm not worried about doing anything else. If I had ThriveCart Mastery and then I had like ThriveCart Mastery Basic as a course and then ThriveCart Mastery Advanced as a course, I'd put that in there. And then if I wanted to do a different project, like something with my Amazon FBA, I could do that. And then I could add my different courses that are related to that inside of there. Okay. But for now, we're just going to stick to one. And I've already filled this out. This quick link is important. This is what you can use if you want to give someone access for free, or if you want to create your own account after you've built the program and you want to use it to preview the program, right? So basically you just copy that, paste it, and you create the account here. However, if you've already created an account and you just want to keep logging back in to preview it, you just erase that part that comes after the sign in, and then you just sign in. Okay, and then they will see all of their courses here. Click learn more, they can see the quick little overview. When they open it up, they're gonna see the lessons. So I only have one lesson up there right now and I have nothing else. So this looks really, really bad. So don't think that this is how it's gonna look when we're done. So that is the quick link. It's important to understand what that is. All right, now let's go to edit the course. I'll show you how to add modules and edit them. I already took most of the content from the Thrive Apprentice area and I put it in here. However, it's all in draft and the videos and everything are not in there just yet. Let's kind of go over the basics here. So just like with Thrive Apprentice, you have modules and you have lessons. So these are modules, these are lessons, okay? And then I can decide how the course is actually fed. Basically, is everything going to be available at the beginning, right when they access the course, or is it going to be dripped? Some people like to drip their courses, especially if you're doing something like a challenge, like a 7-day challenge. You can drip it and the content's only available after a certain amount of time. So let me show you that. I can set it to a certain time period, drip out a module every day, week, month, year. It's kind of crazy. Year. Drip out a lesson every day. Okay. And then I could do it so that they get a certain amount for free. And then after each successful rebill or after the trial period ends, new things open up. Or after a specific calendar date or on a specific day of the month. So let's just go ahead. Let's pretend that we're doing a trial period. After a trial period ends. So this will be, students will get access to the first module instantly and other content will be unlocked when the trial period ends. Okay. Save, save. So now when someone purchases, they'll get access to this and then they'll get everything else after the trial period is over. Okay. Now course options. This is important up here. This is the course recap. This is where you add your main course image. So for mine, I just put that $1 million sales picture and then I put a quick little snippet here, ThriveCart Mastery and my name. Okay. If a student pays a recurring fee to access this course, what should happen when their payment fails? You can either pause access or disable access. I click pause access. Show this course for sale to students of your other courses. Yes. So basically this is going to click on this course and be sent to the sales page. If you have an area like the sign-in area that we had, your other courses will show up and then people can actually be prompted to buy them, which I highly recommend you do if you do use Learn Plus, because it's a good way to drive traffic and sales to your other products, right? But I don't have that right now. And in typical ThriveCart fashion, we have the rules here. We've got a number of different rules that we can do. We have, after a student gets access, a new module becomes available, a new lesson, a student completes a module, a student completes a lesson, a student is paused, a student is disabled, a student is resumed or reactivated, or a student is unenrolled. So the only one that I really would recommend doing is after a student gets access to the course, use your email autoresponder and then tag them. And then also in your autoresponder, I would do a follow-up sequence that reminds them to take the course, checks in on their progress, all that good stuff. But you can also get creative with these other things. Like if a student completes a module, you could send them an email with ConvertKit that says, hey, congratulations. Don't forget, this is where you go to blah, 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 next steps. Or if someone completes the module, like in ThriveCart Mastery, I might set it up so if they complete the module about tracking and analytics, I might send them something that says, hey, hopefully you understand how to do it. But if not, don't forget, I highly recommend outsourcing that. And then I'd include links to the people that I recommend they outsource to. So let's go back to course content. Okay, and then we have sequences. This is similar to behaviors, but we can create advanced sequences. We can do a lot of different cool, creative things here. So one thing that you could do is you could create a free bonus program that is only provided when they use a coupon. So you could say, hey, use this coupon for bonus course. And then when they use that coupon, you can add them to another course, right? Or you can unlock all content, give them an award. This is actually really cool. Give them an award, click next. You could do something like, here's a link to a free download, blah, 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 blah. Or here's a link to a discount for this certain product, right? Really cool option. You can display an image, whatever you want. Display a button as part of the award. Here to redeem. Put your URL. Okay. So that is a really cool feature that is not as easy to do in Thrive Apprentice. Keep in mind, we can emulate some of these features using the Thrive Automator. For example, if a user completes a lesson, you can send them an email with the link to the bonus, something like that. So you can get pretty close to having the same functionality if you use a Thrive Automator. So you can do a lot of really cool stuff there. This is really a solid feature. Also, you can do buys within a certain date range. You could do a special deal where it's like, if you buy before December 25th, you get bonus access to this other course. And then you would just add the date and then you'd add the course. Okay, so now you know those features. Let's go into actually creating the modules and lessons. So let's go ahead and just add a module. I'll just put demo module. And then I could also decide who it goes to. I could add specific tags if I have tags set up. I don't have any tags set up, so this is just going to be for all students of this course. Okay. So then down here, I've got demo module available to all students. And at any time I want to change that tag, I can do that. All right, then I'm going to click add a lesson, demo lesson. And the lessons will always drop down to the last module. But if I want, I can drag them into other modules. Okay, so now let's go ahead and actually click on the edit for the demo lesson. And I'm going to start adding some stuff. Let's add a video. One of the things that I don't love about this, and I'm sure they're going to change it eventually, is that you have to use an embed code. You can do that with YouTube, which is fine. I recommend something like Wistia or Vimeo. I use Vimeo. This is a great video, by the way. Share, copy embed code, copy it. Okay, and it's going to paste that there. Then I have a whole bunch of other stuff I can add. Heading, put demo lesson, center that. I could do images. Can adjust the size. Pretty much anything that you could do with the typical editor inside of like the checkout pages, you can do that here. Okay. FAQs, you can do that, and then they make these drop downs. Pretty cool. Watch this. Question number 1. Answer. Add another FAQ. Question number 2. Answer. Okay. And then they can just click these little drop downs and then they see the answer. So that's pretty cool. All right. Now I can also add buttons. So let's say that I want to send them to another link. I can easily do that. I could also use a custom image button. So basically it's the same as this, except for this one would be clickable. I could send them to a different URL. So if I want to put like a buy now button and give it a little bit more style, I could do that. Okay, bullet points. Love me some bullet points. Don't have a ton of styling options besides splitting them. You can adjust the padding. Not a ton of styling options there, especially compared to Thrive Apprentice. Do a content box here. I could add a background image if I want to get real sexy with it. Change the border radius, which is going to change the corners. It's going to make them more round. I can make the border size thicker. And then I'd come in here and I could add text inside of that. All right, so you can make that look pretty good. So those are really the main features. If I want, I can change things like the navigation bar color, which I would want to do. I'd want to make it match my sales page and my checkout page. So you want to have that continuity with your program, right? And I can also adjust the tab radius, which is going to change these bad boys over here. I can change the module titles. I can do a lot of cool stuff, right? So that's just enough to get you going. It's not going to give you everything that you need compared to Thrive Apprentice, but it is more than enough to create a great course. Okay. You do have some other options like bundles. If you have multiple courses, you can do that. This is only available with Learn Plus. And then here you can manage your students. You can import students. Let's say that you have sold a bunch of these on a different platform. Like I'm going to have a bunch of people in Thrive Apprentice and I want to bring them over here. I would then upload CSV file, or I could do it directly from my autoresponder. ConvertKit, this is very cool. So I could just do basically anybody that bought whatever the product was, bought AZVA training, I could import them and they'd all get access to the course. Really, really cool feature there. And then My Team, this is a feature that is in Learn Plus. You can add admin that can actually do things with your course. This is slightly different than the other users, but anybody that you've given user access to will have access to this. You just have to come in here and edit. You can edit all the different permissions they have. And then when you're selling a product, let's just go ahead and pretend that I'm selling this with ThriveCart Learn. I can just change that to ThriveCart Learn, select the course, and I can also apply tags. And I could do another course for the bump offer. And that is actually a much leaner approach to getting the course access into their hands. Okay. All right. So that's pretty much everything you need to know about Learn Plus. If you have any questions, let me know down in the comments. See you in the next video. Okay. This is not high on the list of priorities of things to do, but it is a nice touch to any sales funnel to have a favicon for your URL. So a favicon is this little icon that appears up at the top right next to the website name. And creating them is really easy. I recommend Canva. It's kind of the gold standard for design tools. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my ThriveCart Mastery logo here and I'm going to resize it. Just needs to be a square icon. 64 by 64 will work. Traditionally it's 16 by 16, but the Canva won't let you make anything smaller than 40 pixels. So we're going to do 64 by 64. And this will be too small to read. So I'm just going to come up with something like this. I'll just do TM. Okay, and I'll make that a lot bigger. You want to make sure it's as big as possible because it's going to be very hard to see. Actually, I'm just going to put it here. Expand that. You want to fill up as much of the space as you can. Okay. And then that will be good. So I'm going to go ahead and download that. And I'm going to download it with a transparent background. And then where we add that, when you add it into ThriveCart, you'll do that in the settings. So down here at Adjust SEO Settings. And then you'll do Page Favicon. Upload that image. Use image, save and exit. Now let's preview that, make sure that it works. And there it is. Okay. Takes a second to upload, but now we're good there. So we need to add it just to ThriveCart Mastery, my page. Come to Thrive Themes, we're gonna come to Thrive Theme Builder. And this is just a setting that we skipped over when we initially set up the site. Let's come here to branding. Favicon, change Favicon, upload that image, I'm going to edit the text, Favicon, ThriveCart Mastery. Select. Now let's go check that out, ThriveCartMastery.com, and see if it's saved. It's going to show there, and it is good to go. All right, so that is how you set up your Favicon. It's a small thing, but small things add up. Okay, I'll see you in the next video. Okay, although ThriveCart has a ton of native integrations, there's a few that you might want that it doesn't have. Don't panic. You can work around this. I'm going to show you how. We do it using a third-party tool called Zapier, Zapier.com. Basically, it is the middleman between various softwares. So if something happens on ThriveCart, we can do an integration with another third-party tool, right? But first, it's always better to get the integration from inside of ThriveCart. So make sure that it's actually not available. And I would also, whenever you have a request for something you want added, I would contact ThriveCart support and let them know that. Okay, so it has all the ones that I need, like obviously Zapier is down here. That's the integration that you're gonna have set up. Demio for webinars. Thrive Apprentice is how I run this course. ConvertKit is my email software, but like let's say you use an email marketing software that it's not already in here, you would have to use an integration. Okay, so let me just show you all the different things that you can do. You're gonna wanna create a Zapier account if you're gonna be integrating something. If not, don't worry about it. Zapier is a very cool tool. I pay for a premium plan because I use quite a few, but you probably won't need that. I pay like $550 a year, it looks like. Okay, and you can probably get by with their free plan, at least for a long time, or a smaller plan. That's not the smallest plan they offer. Okay, so let's navigate to this page, zapier.com/explore, and scroll down and put in ThriveCart. So ThriveCart is gonna be what we call the trigger. So anything that happens on ThriveCart, we can send some of that data to these other tools, right? And here are some of the popular ones. Enroll Heights platform students for new product. I think that's a community program. One that I do use is a community called Circle. And that's a tool that lets you add members to it's a premium membership site. The best way to do this, I suppose, would be to just show you. So here is a Zapier automation that I was using to enroll students into Thinkific. If you come to the integrations, Thinkific is still pending, coming soon, but it's a great tool for courses. I actually don't use it anymore now. I use it for a couple of courses, but I'm not using it for ThriveCart Mastery. I'm using Thrive Apprentice, which is integrated natively with ThriveCart, which is really cool. One of the reasons why I'm using it and recommending that. But essentially what happens here is when somebody purchases through ThriveCart, I have it set up that when a product is purchased, and I have all these other options I can use. When a product is purchased and I link my account, that's very easy. You just get the API and get set up. And I choose the product, and I'm able to put options here for other things like affiliate ID, some clever stuff you could do. I could set it up so that if an affiliate makes a sale, they get a special email. That would take a lot of time. But if you wanted to do something, there's a ton of potential here. Just be careful. You could lose a lot of time here inside of ThriveCart and Zapier's integrations. So here it's going to show all the stuff like the email address. This is what it pulls out when a sale is made. Okay. So then down here on action, I chose Thinkific, and then I chose to enroll them, and then it enrolls them in Thinkific, and then it enrolls them in the specific product. It also pulls their first name, their last name, and then I can test it to make sure it's working, right? But if I wanted to change that, I could use all of these other apps that it has, things like Facebook Messenger. I could send them a message on Facebook. I could do Circle, which is the one I do use quite a bit. ConvertKit, that's already native, so I wouldn't recommend doing anything that's already native. Let's see, what's another tool that you might want to use? Something like SMS. You can set it up so that you get a text message whenever a sale is made, which is fun, but you'll be lucky if you get to the point where it becomes an annoying problem and you have to turn it off. But you can also set it up so that if somebody refunds or whatever, you can get notifications. So if there's anything like that that you want to track, you can definitely do that. Lots of cool potential. You could play here for a long time and find a lot of cool uses. So anything that you have that is not natively integrated with ThriveCart, Zapier is an option to set that up. I don't want to go into everything because there's literally an endless number of possibilities, but essentially it's just a tool that allows you to create integrations that you wouldn't natively have inside of ThriveCart. Any tool that doesn't have a Zapier integration is just missing out. It's so powerful and it makes it so much more valuable, and it really just works seamlessly. I've never had issues with Zapier that weren't easy to fix. Okay, so that is just something you need to know about. You don't have anything so far. If you've been following using the tools that I use, you don't have any integrations you need to do, but when and if you do, this is how you go about doing it. All right, I'll see you in the next video. Made it all this way. Congratulations. You have done it. Awesome. That's a long course. When I was editing it, I was like, man, it's a lot. But if you want the spreadsheets, anything that was mentioned in there that wasn't included, obviously, and if you want this as an actual course and you want to access it in different modules, you can kind of go back, bounce around, go to ThriveCartMastery.com. I do have it available for $37. This is completely free, but that $37 gets you all of the bonus text lessons and also gets you the PDFs, worksheets, checklists that you don't have in this video. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope that you go out and absolutely crush it with ThriveCart, and I will see you guys in the next video.